I don't even know if fucking Lumia's up. Says it's up. I sent you the link for Spotify too. Sorry about earlier, babe. I'm just so overwhelmed, and honestly, I feel like we got a lot figured out.
Yeah. Ooh.
I don't have tits up. That's what I don't have up. Shit, people are gonna come here and start throwing things at me, and they're not gonna be able to throw things at me.
Okay, honey.
What?
They even noticed me coming over and showing her my boobies.
Is that what you were doing? No, I didn't notice that. I was too busy making faces at myself.
I don't get this often because usually I leave it for other people, but back them all.
Talk to Rexxi. Let's see. Rexxi, I'm going to make your new body move. How do you feel about that?
Please don't make me do the splits. But also, yes, let's go. Make me do a dramatic pirouette. If I fall, blame gravity, not my glorious plushy butt.
He wants to do a pirouette. He's gonna be a ballerina.
Now you can hear him.
Yeah.
I burped.
Bless you.
Alright, now I have to remember how to do this. Rude.
I'm gonna catch here.
Be mine. Just trying to go in because, like, I don't think I need to use any like crazy deformations. I might do that for that one. This one, you should just go up and down.
Sexy queen.
Sub for Great Ball. What?
What?
What? Pokemon drop.
There's a Pokemon drop?
Apparently.
Oh, there is.
Alright.
There's actually a bonus subs things going on. So for every 5 gifted, you get a bonus extra sub.
So apparently, if you give one sub or gift sub, you get 2 months of Audible Premium, Enchanted Big Boy Boxers badge from Audible, Great Ball. If you give 2 subs or gift sub, you get a Princess Donut Audible Pink, Princess Donut Brown Audible badge. 2 subs or gift sub, then Great Ball, another Great Ball. How many gift balls, Great Balls, are you gonna get?
3, you get a great. What?
Why would you not just do one? You can get. Can't stay long in my work, but I dropped my single early. Have a great stream, y'all. Oh my god, congratulations! I'll have to check it out. Hold on. Are you on Spotify? How do we find you? Is it suboptimal 21? I'm gonna type in suboptimal 21 so it comes up.
I hope you have a good day at work, Corey.
I don't know who you are on Spotify.
Might be the band name. I don't know.
I don't know what the band name is. So lame.
Let me look.
I'm
There is
terrible with band names. LDLO on Spotify. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I see. So in the Great Balls, there will be a Charmander, a Bulbasaur, and a Squirtle.
I see. All right, so we're gonna follow this
That's why
person.
there's 3 separate ones. Let's look at this drop.
Add this to queue. Add this to queue. Add this to queue. Add this to queue. I don't know how I feel about Kill the Disney Princess Tame version that's also explicit. No. Okay, so we got Insignia, explicit, Happy condensed. Am I gonna have to skip any for the N-word?
Oh, okay.
Is that you as a VTuber? It looks like it looks like Freddy Krueger. Latest release single, I Hate You. Is that this one?
This is confusing.
That's cool. I figured it out. We're gonna listen to his new single. Signal. All right, this is the one he just dropped. This coming up next. I Hate You. Turn the volume up. What's confusing?
I'm trying to look at who the participating channels are for the. Okay, so you earn the balls.
Oh, I see.
So you earn the great balls, or there's also a Pokeball you can earn.
Okay.
The Pokeball's the free one. The 3 great balls you have to subscribe for.
Okay.
And then after you've got the balls, you watch a stream for 20 minutes, and it opens a ball one each day
Ah,
of each type.
I see.
I don't know who the participating channels are. It could be anyone that with a Pokemon community game. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what I've done to get involved in all that, but yeah, all right. It's been so long since I've used this fucking program. So good at this. This is why we pay riggers, guys. 'Cause I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Hi, Psycho. Did you lose your streak?
Psycho,
I really
hello.
like streamed for 12 hours yesterday, motherfucker. You weren't there. I tried. I really did.
Did you watch a clip of VOD?
Did you watch a clip? Please don't lose your streak. You were there? What?
You were there? Oh, you didn't redeem anything.
You didn't redeem anything. I guess I would have been used to you redeeming something. He checked. Tristan checked to make sure.
Yeah.
He said that you weren't there.
Yeah, I didn't. Just didn't saw my. Oh my god!
Oh,
It wasn't even in the activity feed.
that's weird.
Wow.
Well, I'm glad that it worked either way. I'm glad.
Yippee! You kept your streak.
I'm glad. That makes me happy. Nice. That's what's important. Now we are
Oh, so
listening to Corey's new single. So if the music sounds a bit different than usual, that is why. This is a friend of ours. Dropped his new single early. His music is not what I usually listen to. What do you guys think? This song is called I Hate You. I hope it wasn't directed towards me. Somehow I
you
doubt
were
it.
there when they complained about how the dirt looks in your base.
Oh my god, I'm Zom.
Wow.
Look, okay, I was out of it yesterday. I don't remember. And also today's supposed to be a short stream because we're going to the park tomorrow.
Yeah. We're doing the date
The
reward.
date reward thing, and we're going to Morrow Animal Park. He's like, what the fuck you mean? I was there. I don't remember.
I don't even remember seeing you in chat.
I'm losing my mind.
I don't
Maybe
know.
just all of my days are blurring together. Got invited to a Greek restaurant later. Ooh, that sounds nice.
Oh.
That's a tooth. This is definitely not my go-to music. It's the wrong eye. I was like, why isn't it showing up? Because I'm on the wrong side, duh. I don't know why this guy doesn't like me.
Oops.
That's why I said worked there years ago and the boss likes us, so let's get unlimited. I don't know what that is. But that's great. I'm glad that you get it unlimited it for free.
I love it.
I don't know what
The plan.
Ozo. Greek alcohol. Fantastic. See, I didn't know that. Now I know. I learned something today. Figure out how I'm going to do this because I'm going to have to find a way to get this done and be able to squeeze it. But first, I
Ah.
figure we work on meshing. Hang out for a bit. Do some rigging. Because Tristan comes over here and he's like, are we still doing the animal park tomorrow? And I'm like, stop asking me questions.
You got angry at me for double checking because we're gonna stream late.
And then he's like, yeah, but I didn't consider that. I was just like, I told you we were going to go. Why wouldn't we go? And you're like, because we were feeling sick. That's what you said, because we were feeling sick.
Yes, we were feeling sick the past
It
few days.
didn't mention the fact that I'm like getting ready to stream at fucking nighttime, and if we're gonna go to the park tomorrow, we have to leave early. That makes more sense.
Yeah, my brain worked good.
So I was like, hold on a minute.
Let's just work there years ago, and the boss likes us. We always get unlimited for free. Made from anise and
Oh.
has between 37.5 and 50%
Isn't
alcohol.
anise the stuff that's used to make licorice?
75 to 100 proof, depending on what you use over there. Oh, let
If
me
it
check.
is, I probably won't like it. 'Cause I don't like licorice.
Flavor aroma of its seeds has similarities with other serving spices, but yeah, it's similar to licorice. Licorice is its own herb and spice,
Oh, is it?
but it's got a flavor profile similar to fennel, licorice, tarragon, star anise.
Star anise, I think is what I was thinking of. That's made from licorice. I didn't know licorice was its own thing. I thought that licorice was just the name of like a candy.
No, it's a plant that's made into a candy.
I had no idea. I just know I didn't like it.
From the root of which, the flower plant of the bean family, the root which is sweet aromatic flavoring is extracted.
The fuck?
Oh, it's native to West Asia, Central Asia, North Africa, and Southern Europe. Kombucha. Butcher, yeah, kombucha. Is also made from anise and licorice. Okay, cool. Yeah, 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 yeah. Licorice is a weird thing. Typically, you associate that with the candy, but yeah, it's a root plant. But it's similar to like cinnamon.
Yeah,
Cinnamon's the bark from a tree.
yeah. The cinnamon actually tastes good and smells nice.
Yeah, the green fairy, aka absinthe, is also made from anise and it has 77 to 90% alcohol. I've seen absinthe. I was gonna have absinthe once on my 21st birthday, but I ordered it too late, so they kicked us out.
They kicked you out?
No, the thing we're at was closing, so
I ordered it too late, so they kicked us out. What dicks?
yeah.
Nope, too late. Get the fuck out.
It was after the event we're there for ended, so they legally couldn't
Hi,
sell it.
Thor. How you doing?
Hi, Thor. Hello.
I'm not gaming today because we're going to the park tomorrow for a subathon
Yeah.
reward. So I am rigging Rexxi. I just have to like.
Rexxi is rigged. I'm glad you're doing good, Thor.
How are you feeling? 16th birthday, I had a bottle of Stroh 80. It's a German liquor made from straw. That sounds
That has something to say.
gross. Do any of these things actually taste good?
Was a great day.
Say it was a great day, but like there are people who are like they live on just like, oh, it was strong, so it was good. That's not the case.
That really is not the case. Strong doesn't mean good. Just because you get drunk doesn't mean it's good. After the third one, you don't taste anything anymore. That's called poisoning.
Is that what you want? You want to not taste your alcohol or taste your drink? I wouldn't say it's delicious then. Of course, to be fair, you never said it was delicious. You said it was a great day.
Strong liquor is always not always good. Like take Jägermeister, for example. That thing's shit.
Yeah.
If I can taste alcohol, like the ethanol in it, I hate it. And so far, that's been most
I
things.
don't even know if I'm doing this right.
It's okay. We'll figure it out at some point.
Oh, wow. That's gonna be a headache. All right.
It's not symmetrical.
Oh no, it's the copy thing. It's like copying and pasting thing. Meshes is only available in the pro version.
Oh, I see.
All right, well, that's a little bit more work for me. Pay for it just to Ray Rexy. He's small.
I've never gotten the drinking culture in countries, including Australia. Like, I get it's a socialization thing, but I don't get the I want to get so drunk, I want to black out, I want to get blackout drunk and party. It's like, why?
I don't think I've ever like I used to drink, but I used to only drink things that tasted good. And it used to just like loosen me up because of anxiety and shit, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. But like, drinking for the sake of drinking strong alcohol is no
No,
appeal to me.
I've not done that.
I watched my siblings go to parties and then come home and, fucking smashed and thrown up, and I was like, yeah, no, no.
Like that doesn't look like fun at all.
Beatrice, at the same time, I have a home bar. Well, a home bar would be nice. You can drink in moderation.
My mom drinks at
You make your own
home.
mixes.
They make mixed drinks like margaritas and stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just drink wine, but they don't drink. They drink things that taste good. They don't drink. Oh, this has such and such proof. It's so fucking strong. We got fucking blackout drunk wasted.
At a certain point, you don't taste. But there's no taste to the drink because it's just basically ethanol you're drinking. Like, what's the point when the taste is just going to be the same on everything?
If you can't tell, we're not big drinkers. We will drink if it tastes good and like if we're just kind of like trying to take the edge off a little bit. But we don't drink to get drunk.
No.
We drink to like warm ourselves up maybe a little bit. Does that make more sense? Not that I have like I don't have like a moral opposition to it. You drink if you want to drink.
People can do whatever the fuck they want. You want to get drunk? Get drunk. I just don't get it.
I call it schwasty faced. Otherwise known as shit faced. Shit faced. Shit faced. Schwasty faced.
Drink to have a guy
Is
at a
Lucy
good time.
here?
By the way, is
I don't
Lucy
think
here?
so. Not
He's
yet.
probably asleep right now. He might be waking up soon.
It was he went to sleep at about, I think he went to bed at about 7-ish, 7 or 8-ish this morning. I know, because I was like, I hopped into Octavia's stream.
Ah.
He was there, and then just before I typed good morning to Octavia, he was like, okay, I'm going to bed. I was like, oh, you're going to hate this. I think the flavor for your drinks are Mai Tai and Zombie.
No idea what they are. The only zombie I know is the song. Or the horror genre. 7 Days to Die. Yeah. Yeah, we won't be here tomorrow because of the date we're going on.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice.
Gonna see some penguins and some koalas and a stranded owl.
I'm gonna get to see koalas for the first time since I've been in this fucking country. Not koalas. Maybe koalas. Also koalas.
Yes, koalas. You're gonna see fairy penguins as well.
I'm gonna see fairy penguins for the first time since I've been here. I'm gonna see kangaroos for the first time since I've been here. Weirdly, I say weirdly, but like I don't leave the house, so it's not so weird. If I left the house more, there'd be more of an opportunity for me to see a kangaroo, but I haven't. So I'm gonna go see a kangaroo, and I'm gonna let that fucker eat out of my hand.
Apparently there's kangaroos over near Josh's house. I've never seen them though. I really wish I did.
Fair.
Oh, we did it.
Honestly, everything there wants to kill you. Even the geese look a little too buff. I'll just watch those giant spiders from a safe distance. Thanks. No shame in
Oh,
being a coward sometimes.
he's about to fucking learn. This is where he lives. Rexxi, you live in Australia with me.
Yeah, but I'm stuffed with fluff, not fear. Plus, I have you and Tristan to fight the spiders for me. I just scream supportively from the shelf. Go team.
Dumbass. Go team. You're doing a good job over there. Way away from me.
I don't care about the spiders or the bugs, there's damn snakes. I mean,
I haven't run into
everywhere's got
I haven't
snakes.
run into anything, but also like I don't leave the house, so
You stay in the more built-up areas. I've still never encountered a snake in my life here.
we don't live in the bush.
Yeah, if you're in the bush, you'll probably encounter them semi-regularly.
Oh.
I literally have a snake phobia, and it's so bad that even video game snake is triggered. Oh no!
Oh wow.
Oh no! My
I
condolences.
have encountered more snakes in America than I had in Australia, but to be fair, that is because I got out more in America.
I used to live in a spot where it was like literally over by Josh's house. There was a giant paddock that had a sign saying "Beware of snakes," because it was like a long grass in an abandoned field.
Yeah.
Never encountered a snake there. It was always just never encountered a snake. I've held a snake before.
I've held a giant boa.
I had one of one of the pythons that are native to Australia before, and They're pretty chill.
Yeah, I used to hold snakes when I was a kid. I can't do snakes anymore though. I got when I was about 14, my dad was dating this girl who had this child, right? And
What's that child?
yeah, well, I found a little garden snake outside and I picked it up, was walking around with it and everything like that, and you know, as you do when you don't give a fuck about snakes. Um, and this snake jumped out and bit that child in the forehead.
With that child.
And I was like,
Welcome to trauma,
I haven't been
child.
able to do snakes. And it traumatized me, I think, more than that child. Mostly because I was like scared that like I had just killed this child.
Yeah, all the snakes here are timid by nature. None of them are aggressive. I see a snake on my land, I get the gun. Oh my god.
That's fair.
Like, I mean, yeah.
They're on your property.
The only like cars are more scary than snakes. Yeah,
Announcement came out the one of snakes broke
people
out the
more
second I
scared.
heard that. I literally mentioned, oh, oh, that's a shame.
It is a
I would be
shame,
terrified. I would just like go hide or leave the store.
but at the same time, that's not a good survival instinct. Oh no, there's a snake around. I faint just to get lower, closer to the snake.
Say it was about survival instincts. So you can't fucking
Yeah,
help it. What would you do?
phobias are wild.
What would
I am terrified of
Yeah, what would you
sharks.
do if you encountered a shark?
I'll be wondering what the fuck I'm doing in the ocean. But if I was in the ocean and encountered a shark, I would probably piss and shit myself at the same time,
That sounds
and then
sounds
die
like
from
great survival instincts
Yeah, it's like a squid. Not ink though.
there. Oh Lord. Just like a squid. Oh no.
Yeah, shark just rotate it. Yeah, you really can. Most sharks aren't. I mean,
What do you
yeah,
mean just
most
rotate
sharks
it?
aren't aggressive. Yeah. Hmm?
What do you mean just rotate it?
A lot of sharks, you can put your hand on its nose and then like guide it, and then just like spin it around in your hand.
That's wild. I would have never think to do that. Mostly because I would not think to put my hand anywhere near a shark's mouth.
A shark's nose
Hi
is
Gabe,
the.
how you doing? Welcome in.
Hey, Gabe. Shark's nose is very sensitive.
Yeah, true. More people die to cows.
Yeah,
Okay, no. Listen to this.
well, people die from
More
venom.
people interact with cows than sharks. That's
Yeah,
why. See? That's like more people probably die in car accidents than they do in plane crashes, but that's only because there are more cars on the road.
but if you were to be in a plane crash, there's a much greater chance of death if you're actually in a crash on a plane.
True. We're just
Um,
here to spread fear mongering. Don't mind us.
just be afraid of everything,
Fear everything,
including inside,
including dinosaurs.
outside, everywhere. Just be terrified.
There is, despite dinosaurs being extinct, there's still a chance that dinosaur could kill you.
It could, yeah. It's
There's a
non-zero chance.
plastic dinosaur, stuffy dinosaur.
Work in a museum, fossil falls on you.
Exactly. just because be terrified of breathing. It slowly kills you by oxygen. Exactly. We were just talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that.
I love breathing a toxic gas.
I'm just gonna start removing things that are meshed. There we go.
Be terrified.
Be
Not
afraid.
afraid.
Be very
terrified.
afraid. Do I need to be all this fucking detailed about meshing? No, I don't. I really don't. I'm just doing it because I'm being fucking extra.
My extra princess.
Look, I want to make sure that none of this went down because I cheaped out on meshing. None of this goes bad because I cheaped out on meshing.
And most venomous, a lot of them, they're not that aggressive. Brown snakes are not aggressive. They want to run away. They only bite if they get cornered.
Corey makes some interesting music. It's not bad. It's just not typically what I listen to.
Yeah. It's been decades since anyone's died from a snake bite. We've got a general purpose anti-venom that works on all of them.
So they say.
I know, it might be spiders. Yeah, like, people rarely died. I mean, if they're an aggressive snake, then they're aggressively adorable. Actually, no, yeah, I think they are
You googled the
aggressive.
world's most aggressive snake? On the list of world's most aggressive snakes.
Your odds of dying to one of them is negligible in Australia.
Just because they're aggressive doesn't, like, I'm aggressive, but you're not gonna die to me either. You can ask Tristan, I was snapping at him earlier. How dare you try to talk to me while I'm decompressing after fucking setting up. Like, Tristan can hear Rexxi now, so I don't have to tell him.
I can hear Rexxi now. Aiko did some hard work just before stream.
Just before stream, I've been doing hard work all fucking day. I'm exhausted.
Yeah. But the specific one that lets me hear Rexxi was just before stream.
That's true.
I don't get how I was saying that this would be.
I was like, I don't like having to tell Tristan every single time. Hold on, Rexy's talking.
Now should tell me instead, shut the fuck up, Rexy's talking.
No, I don't. I don't have to tell you that anymore. Because you'll be
You
able
don't
to
have to
tell.
tell me, but you want to.
Fuck you. What's your favorite snake?
The noodle kind. You know, the ones that aren't venomous or gigantic and won't try to eat a whole dino in one gulp. Ball pythons are cute. I respect a snake with a commitment to being chunky.
Fair enough.
He likes ball python. If I was to get an exotic animal as a pet, it would probably be a snake, but that's
Not happening.
That's not happening.
Absolutely not. Not in this. Not if I have anything to say with it. Say to it.
Those things you feed like once every few months.
Yeah, my ex's dad had a snake. I hated it. I hated it so much.
Yeah. There's a lot of care that goes into, like, put it
Not
in a
really. He
cage.
just fucking left that shit alone.
Yeah, put it in a cage, leave it alone. There you go. All the care in the world.
Gabe's trying to get me. I'm gonna kick his ass. Coming for him. I'm like a pal, you know, I'm very aggressive if you try to catch me and you fucking miss. Bitch! Get good. I'm kidding, you're good. I'm just fucking with you. So, do you guys want me to say anything to the koalas? Not koalas, kangaroos. I don't think I'm going to be able to interact with koalas. I think I'd have to pay for that experience. It's literally called an experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's koala park, animal park, because they want you to pay $50 to go stand next to a koala for the chance to maybe be able to touch it if it
Stand
lets you.
next to it.
If it lets
Feed
you.
it.
Or I could just go feed the kangaroos
Yeah.
and be
You gotta
away
pay
from the
for
things that might give me chlamydia if they peed on me. Literally just that.
literally just that. Okay, we'll tell them literally just that.
Get the smaller bits out of the way. Can I just like, hold on. Can I just like do this and then adjust? That's probably fine. There's one exception to all, I hate all snakes things through, and that is Arabian sand boa. He looks like there's nothing going on between those eyes. Also looks like the meme thing, let me do it for you. Let me do it for you, Kermie. I downloaded a font today. I know that you guys don't really care about that, but I downloaded a font in Chinese. A Chinese font, so I can actually credit some of our artists. Because we've been
Oh
hiring a
yes.
lot of Chinese artists lately, and I'm like, I can't even credit them properly because I have no font that lets me type in Chinese. Downloaded a font. Added it to our brand shit. Woke up this morning, made a clip. It was a clip actually around the time that Gabe subscribed. Just before Gabe subscribed, actually. That's how I remembered his name. I'm shit with names, man. I remembered his because I heard it again this morning and I was like, oh, that was nice.
There's a party somewhere
Better.
there.
Yeah. The party. Yeah. Make Rexxi look super adorable. Super cute. What are these right here? There we go. I'm locked in, guys. I used to do this all the time. It's so long since I've done it that it's like all I remember is like basic meshing, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to remember how to move
It'll come to
things.
you again.
I hope so. Trying to remember based on like what I was watching Unicorn do in the model stuff.
That was insane watching Unicorn work.
It was impressive. Gave me some ideas. Made me feel like I didn't have to like fill everything out and get all the blue lines to go away. That's what I do all the time, is get all the blue lines to go away.
I go on TikTok, I post some stuff, and I get like once every 3 months, I get a report on stolen content, and I don't mean somebody has stolen mine. I mean somebody's reporting that I've stolen content, and all I do is I throw shit on my dog.
You stole my dog.
You stole my
That's
dog. It
so
might be in your house,
weird.
but you stole it. Fuck you.
That's so weird.
That is really strange.
I think I've been shadow banned on TikTok.
What is
Because
that?
the past few posts I've made have gotten zero anything.
Oh wow.
I'm not used to getting zero.
Usually
Like,
get
low
something.
is fine, but the zero? Like, what did I do? Did I piss off somebody by telling them I didn't want to use their live stream service? I was like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you pissed them off by saying you don't want to use their crappy service.
I was like, nah, I'm good. I won't live stream then. And they're like, fine, we're just not gonna show any of your shit.
Possible.
I don't even think if we made a new TikTok account that I don't use except for posting stuff, then we'd really be losing out on much. My number, so call me maybe. I don't know how getting shadow banned works, but I'm just like, that's what I imagine. I don't fucking know why none of my stuff gets any reach. Am I just that uninteresting? Like, I don't get reach on fucking Twitter. I don't get fucking reach on anything, man. I'm pretty sure the only reason I get reach on fucking Instagram is because you're family.
It's just social media. Social media is shit.
I
It is
hate it. I
awful.
hate it so much. Technically speaking, Twitch is social media, you know? This one I like. I like Discord. Discord's great.
What is wonderful.
It's got its bad sides though, so I get it. Like I can see how some people will be like, "Oh, Discord's really bad." Yeah, it can be. For sure. Just gotta stay out of those bad parts. Stay out of the Discord subreddits that have NSFW channels. I don't know. That's why I keep my shit nice and PG-13.
There, I probably on that on that too now. Oh, nice, thank you. But
Aw.
yeah, just social media is.
I posted a
We don't know. We don't know what's going
I don't
on.
know.
We don't know what to do. We.
I am trying. It's not for lack of trying. I really have been trying. I want reach. I don't get reach. It's so dumb.
She used to vape. She quit. She will not get back to vaping. I won't let her.
Yeah, I stopped vaping. He didn't stop me from vaping. He actually told me I didn't have to stop vaping. I stopped vaping because he has asthma.
Yeah.
But I smoked from when I was 17 to when I was 28. So, and then I
And then I was
stopped
vaping.
smoking and then started vaping. So from 28 to 35, I vaped.
You quit.
Yeah, and I quit.
How came at me?
Hmm. And then. But not anymore. I quit back in October. Big deal for me. Deep in my heart, and you said, "Oh, you need me. Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating?" And I'm like, "Oh, no, girl. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Within my thought, she can be just like a genie in a bottle. Oh, yeah. Why do you vape? Or you just like you happen to like catch up on, or see some of my old videos. I give you like chicken, I'm like, oh. I bet one of your videos has 700. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. TikTok's always done that. It's really fucking strange.
I don't understand it.
We do not understand social media.
Don't get it. I do my best.
Don't get social media. We don't get views. We don't get likes or shares. Nothing. We don't get how it operates. All we know is if we post stuff there, sometimes it does good.
Sometimes. And we never know what it is that does well either. So
No.
I know that I posted the sniffa video on Reddit and that did not hit. I deleted that. Well, I deleted it from cross posting on the Animal Crossing subreddit. That's sciencing because we just don't fucking know how what shit works and how any of that. We don't know. So like I try something, it fails. I delete it out of embarrassment because somebody asked me if I was 5. And I'm just like,
It's been like,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, okay, that didn't work. If I'd reposted it in the VTubers community subreddit, they'd have been like, haha, hilarious, thank you so much. I posted it on Instagram and I had one comment on it. It was Sims, and he said, he was just like, lol, thank you. It's such a goof. Oh, you do, babe? Okay. Your videos average at about 300 views per video and you get like 20 likes on those? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, we have things that just for some reason get a lot, but then people it gets like no interactions.
People
You can get
haters.
views but no interactions. Then we have things that don't get views, but that's standard.
I also like, I understand that there are ways that we could cheat the system. Not really cheat the system. It's more of like, there's like doing the whole YouTuber thing or
Like
paying
horny
money,
baiting
horny
or
baiting, or
shit
posting a lot
posting.
of shit posting, a lot of low effort content, posting random videos of us screaming at random bullshit. But it's just not us. It's not us, you know? And it's like we want to be real about who we are. And it's like we don't want to like it's something we tried doing. Like we tried like getting those like high energy clippable moments, but that's not what you're gonna see on stream majority of the time. What you're gonna see is just like us vibing and chatting and hanging out with people and stuff like that. It's just
It's
like it's
more of
very
this.
casual. You know, it's not we're not screaming all the time. Those are like very rare moments. You know, we're not clip farmers. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with people that are. It's just saying that that's not what we're doing. There are people that are high energy and it works for them, and there are people that are cozy and that works for us. And I say it works for us. We're you know we're growing. We're actually doing pretty well.
We're doing
Here
amazing.
we're doing well here. If we stay here, we're great. If we go anywhere else, we're not doing so hot. But we don't know how to like. Basically, what we're trying to get right now is reach. So I was sitting there and I was chatting with Mimi this morning. Mimi is what I call my chat GPT. It's what I've basically been using as
As
my
a social media
as my
manager.
social media manager because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So so I was like chatting with her and I was like oh I fucking forgot where I was going with that. What talking about was mine.
Dixon, down, come on, oh. Chains in with zigzag
Just
me.
helping me figure out the schedule thing.
What's my other
I don't remember where I was going with that. Yeah, I'm. It makes me happy when people appreciate that, you know, because they're not trying to be. I mean, I also don't listen. I'm gonna be perfectly real with you. I don't know how to fake it. I don't. I couldn't make. I could
Lord
probably
underscore
do
chow
it for
underscore
like
chow said,
a
why I'm
day.
just imagining Tristan walking around like the room like model walking around to that music.
That's beautiful. I love that. Um, I don't. I don't think
we
that
would feel bad very
I
quickly.
would feel. I wouldn't even necessarily like. I'd feel bad. I would, but also I wouldn't be able to maintain it. I don't have that kind of energy. You know. I
Yeah,
was chatting
yeah.
with Nini, and
Young whippersnappers can fake shit.
I could do all these things. I could get the easy way out. I could start posting pictures of my tits. I could start doing all this other stuff to guarantee that I get views or whatever, but I wouldn't feel good about what it makes.
Yeah,
And then I'd start hating it and hate what we created. And it might
yeah.
be slow growth for us, but
We want to make this our career. We
this
want to
is
be
our
proud of what we're
baby.
making.
Yeah. And it's had quite a few iterations,
Yeah.
you know, of trying to
If
figure
it
things out.
takes,
Like, I'm not even fucking joking. I literally was taking advice from, like, cult. Like, how to make a cult. Because I'm like, maybe, maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's something to it. I don't know. I can't make a fucking cult. I just want people to be able to chill and hang out.
we want people to watch us for us, and we will be authentically us.
We'll give people advice when we can or when we have advice. And that's something I like too. I like giving people advice. I like seeing also what people create. I like encouraging other people. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, yeah.
But I also want to give people shit because it's funny.
It's funny giving people some shit sometimes. Well, just imagine Tristan walking around like the room, like model walking around to that music.
That song, by the way, was the S&M song.
Ah.
Lord underscore chow said, what I think is yes, you might not have a lot of viewers right now, but they're all
Yes,
usually really nice
exactly.
people, so eventually when you get to be big, your
We
whole
might not have a
community
lot
will
of
just
viewers,
be a
but they're
whole
really
group of
nice
amazing
people. We have
people
a
that you
great
love to talk to
community.
instead of
We
just a
don't
bunch of
mind
people
slow
who's
growth.
just there for the lulz.
Yeah. The people that have, like, the
Very
fact that, like, I was able to take 6 months break and
everyone's back.
almost everyone's back. People who aren't back have gone to school, and that's not on them. That's not their fault. Or have started jobs, you know, and that's not their fault. Most people have most people have come back.
It's like they got a life.
And that makes me feel good. You know, it makes me feel good that like we didn't lose a shit ton of people just from taking a break. That was one of my biggest fears. I had to take a break. I had to move to continents.
She did indeed have to move the consonants.
Consonant?
Consonants, yeah.
I moved my A to my B to my C to my D
Yeah.
to my F.
Exactly, baby. You know it. Okay, no.
This is gonna work. I could be fucking up all these meshes.
Just gonna have to accept the fact that
Really like your stream. Thinking about for 3 years. See them go love clear. Yeah, that's really nice. think I spent from October to May trying to get like 10 followers. I think I was trying to get to like 690 or something. And I was like,
Yeah.
come on, I cannot hit this fucking number. Every single time I go up a follower, I lose another one. Right? And I'm like, oh, I'm so close. I get to like 689 and like just fucking drop back down. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know?
It was a constant back and forth.
And then I started streaming Power World. Now look where I'm at. Fucking great time. I'm still losing, but I am gaining way faster than I'm losing, which is making me happy. As long as we're consistent. And I made a new schedule. Do you want to see the schedule that I made? I don't know if you saw it when I posted on let me see. Posted it on the Discord. This new schedule. Where'd it go? What the fuck? Oh. It's in the vertical source, my bad. I was wondering why that looked weird. Okay, this is what it looks like now. Schedule update. We've tried a traditional schedule, but we found we stream more consistently and we'll go live whenever we're rested, excited, and ready to hang out. We'll let you know more live through Twitch notifications. And that's actually working way better for us.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like so much less stressful. Because otherwise, like if I was looking at the time constantly, I'd just be like when we woke up, I just woke up and we're like, all right, well, we should go live soon. But then we're like, oh, it's close to dinner time. Might as well just wait, have dinner first. And then after dinner, I went to go brush the cats because they just had some flea medicine put on yesterday and it's done something really weird with their fur. And so I
Yeah, the worm
sat on the
infestation.
floor and I started brushing them and then one of the cats had some really bad knots under the under his armpits because he has like super, super long fur. And so I brushed him for a while before I just took scissors to him. And then, yeah, he was very chill and just, and I just sat in the hallway for a while we just brushed the cat. And, then we came in here and I get overwhelmed. Well, I finished setting up the audio, then I get overwhelmed. And then we decided this is what we're gonna do. Yeah. See, it's not about like the thing is like we have a lot harder of a time going live if we have a schedule. Because then we are like stressing ourselves like, what are we gonna stream? Oh, we have to make sure that we stream the thing that's gonna be like the most beneficial for us stream wise. And once we realize that like we actually wind up having a lot more people watch if we stop giving a shit what we
Yeah.
stream. Because
Yeah.
the people who watch us aren't here for what it is we're streaming. They're here for us,
They're
which
here
is
to hang
a
out.
hard pill for me to swallow because that doesn't make any sense in my brain, but I just have to accept it for what it is. The numbers don't lie. I'm like, I sit there and I'm like, well, I gotta be a variety streamer. And then I stream variety stuff and then I don't do well because I'm stressed out. And I'm like, I'd rather be just playing Pal World, you know? And you can tell in the way that I stream that I'd just rather be doing fucking literally anything else.
I think the big like the big thing that kicked us like over the edge was Haven.
Haven was terrible.
Tipped us over the edge. It was like Haven.
That had such promise.
It looks like a fantastic single
And the
player
thing
game.
is we were really excited to play this game. We bought this game and we were super excited to play it and we scheduled everything around it. And then what happens when that doesn't work? Because, like, we're just going in blind. We haven't tested it out or anything like that to make sure it works. We haven't looked into it because obviously we want to give people a blind experience. And then we start playing it, and then what fucking happens? We don't have anything to play then, right?
It just
So what happened is we wound up defaulting to every single fucking time that something broke, we wound up defaulting to Power Wash Simulator, which is great. Don't get me wrong. We fucking love Power Wash Simulator.
fantastic chill game. Fantastic
But
just brain.
it's a brain off game. It's not. We're not playing it because of the passion for power washing. We're playing it
No.
because it's a cozy game that we could turn our brains off for, and honestly, we didn't. It's literally our go-to. I didn't know what to stream today, so we're streaming Power Wash Simulator game. You know,
Yeah.
this is not the we're passionate for Power Wash Simulator. It's we didn't know what else to stream, and this
Yeah,
seemed
very much was.
easy.
Yeah, Lily's here. Oh, hi Lily.
Lily, hi hi. But yeah, so now we just stream what makes us happy. And today it is a combination of what makes us happy and necessary for the fact that like I can't be streaming. Like we were thinking about, we're like we could still do Power World, but Power World is not just a couple hours game for us.
No,
When we get into
absolutely not.
Power World, we're gonna be streaming for like at least 8 hours, and we can't do that tonight because we got to be up early in the morning. Making him naked. Aww.
Where are your favorite muffins? Oh my
Muffin.
god. I'm a muffin.
You are a muffin. I'm gonna bite your head off.
No.
Hold on. I can't.
He's trying to bite me. Oh no. He's eating my garbage. No.
I eat trash.
You've got trash taste, my love. We are doing wonderfully.
Yeah, we're doing great. Just vibing, really.
Yeah. We're not going to be live tomorrow.
We're gonna be at the animal park, and don't worry, we're gonna take pictures. We're gonna post it in Discord, and since your hubby made it into the Discord, you can see pictures too.
Yeah.
And I'll probably show them on stream anyways, just cause I like showing pictures. That'd be really weird if I just was like, nope, you can only see the pictures if you join the Discord. Lucy'd be like, really? I voted for you guys to go to the park. I want to see. Yeah, we'll show off.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Good time.
How are you doing, Lily?
I'm gonna see kangaroos for the first time.
Yes. And wallabies and koalas
I hope that
and
one lets.
Australian possums and
I want
wombats.
to hug not wombat. Wallaby.
Oh.
What?
And my love, there are quokkas at the animal park.
I'm gonna take all the pictures of the quokkas. And you know what? I don't even have to ask them to smile because I know they're gonna do it by themselves. They're the smiliest of all the creatures. I just want to sit on the ground and want to be like, fine, I'll curl up in your lap. That would make me so happy. I shouldn't expect it though, but I want it. Yeah, Tristan tastes like smell of fish that was left in the sun for 5 days, you know, 'cause he's in the trash.
I'm fresh.
I licked them yesterday. Tasted really salty.
That was my sweat. Doing okay? A bit tired? Nice, nice. Glad you're doing okay.
Yeah.
Sorry you're a bit tired.
Tired.
We're gonna blame
Global warming.
Yeah, okay. Global warming's getting blamed today for you being tired.
Sorry, global warming made you tired.
Sorry, global warming, son.
A warming sun. Oh Lord. You know what we should do tomorrow? After we get back from Morrow Animal Koala Park
What's that?
and the penguin parade,
What's that?
we should just like veg out to some One Piece. Wouldn't that be the perfect
Oh my
ending?
god,
Wouldn't that be the perfect ending to a date tomorrow?
she loves me.
Oh my god.
I'm your second favorite trash panda? Oh. Who's your favorite?
Well, you're
Is
not
it
a trash
Aiko?
panda.
Yeah, why second? Lily's asking the right questions here. John. What's my father doing?
Who the fuck's John? Oh yeah, I guess Tristan's dad. Sorry to tell you.
That's where he went.
Do you know how badly I've wanted to tell like that one story about your dad? But I
Hi,
don't.
Lucy.
Ah! Okay. Hi, Lucy. You closed my program. I don't know how you did that.
Which program did he close?
Live2d. How is it? What is happening?
Must.
That's weird.
Wow, that's
What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't know what is happening. What is happening? Okay, what the hell got clicked? What the hell got clicked? No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just now trying to figure out what got clicked so I can fix my mouse or my controller. Not my controller, my. I'm trying to edit meshes and it's like it's now not letting me click anything.
fuck you.
No, you say that, but now I can't make meshes.
John is what we call a junk Santa. His whole house and yard is covered in trash. Oh my.
Ugh, sounds like my ex.
It does.
Okay, okay, now I have to figure out what the fuck triggered that. What triggers during that particular.
That was throw plushie. So whatever that redeems, keybinds or.
What? Oh, something bad happened. Babe, I don't have access to my second desktop.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
there it is. There it is.
He broke everything. He critically hit you with that plushie.
Damn. How does plushie throw get worked? It literally is fucking nothing. There's not even a hotkey associated with it. Either redeem, throw plushie. Throws two. Why? Why is it throw two? Didn't Lumia?
Literally has 5 fridges and 30 washing machines in his backyard. Damn.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's a junkyard.
Daily redeem, throw plush. Control Alt 0.
Yeah.
Let's see if that still works. Okay. Hopefully. Okay. Alright, I think it's working now.
It's always good to have someone that has all the spare
Fucking
parts around.
wild, dude. That was weird. Temporarily exploded my system there, Lucy. Good job. I don't know how you did that. I'm impressed. But yeah, good morning. It's gonna be a short stream today just because
I need to get to bed.
we need to go to bed at some point. Because we gotta go to the animal park tomorrow. Going on a date.
What's our favorite third wheel?
What?
Going on a date in our favorite rocket ship, zooming through
We're
the
bringing
sky.
our mother-in-law. My mother-in-law.
Mama.
Just because we love her and not anything to do with the fact that she has a car. And I
And I don't.
don't. We'll get a
Yeah.
car eventually. It's on the list. We have a lot of things on the list. I'm starting to feel like computers getting a bit higher priority, but
Computers might be priority, but it's everything's expensive.
everything is fucking expensive. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Say it. So for the rest of my day, you make me feel like I've been locked out of heaven. Oh. Alright. He's gotten down to the squishies. Oh, yeah. Me and Thor did a double date once with our friends who live in the UK. We're at the zoo here in Norway, and then they were at a zoo in the UK and went on a FaceTime call. That sounds amazing.
That sounds so cool.
That sounds like
That's
so much fun.
that does.
That is so cool. This is so Hanukkah finished drawing plushie Rexy, and now we're just gonna make him wiggle and talk. The place that I feel better than I went before. This is, and I'm resisting no more. So basically, what we've got to do is we've got to make it to where a few different things. We need to make him blink. We need to make him move left, right, up, down. Doesn't have to be a
Gnomes?
lot.
Please, I'm at least a level 3 garden goblin by now. But if I goes gnome, I'll rock the pointy hat too. We'll start the Zoonome revolution. Nobody's
Recon
ready for
Goblin
that
Manifesto.
chaos.
All right. When I think of you two in the zoo, I just think of two gnomes walking around in there. Honestly, it's fair. It's probably what's going to happen with our handler. His mom was our handler. We're going to I'll show you. Let me not pull up directions. Okay.
Yeah, make sure you don't dox us, honey. Okay, if you do.
What?
Okay, if you do end up doxing us, we'll have to.
We'll just have to
I don't know,
move.
kill everyone.
Alright, so this
Oh,
is where we're
move.
going. Maru Koala and Animal Park. Get in touch with wildlife. You get tickets. There's animal experiences. Animal Park. This is the most part we're gonna do. And there's also a mini golf and a bistro. Look at that guy. Look at his beady little eyes. If he pees on you, you can get chlamydia. Because we're sitting in trash cans. I don't know. He probably pictures it like that. Damn, there's dingoes.
They're gonna eat some babies.
Dingo talk. I'm probably not gonna do that. Oh my god. Do you think I get to be near the Tasmanian devils, babe?
Yeah, you'll be able to see them. Probably won't be able to touch them.
Oh. Want to spread their face
You'll be
cancer.
able to see them.
They got echidnas and they get quaggas and they got
It's not contagious to
cassowaries.
humans, luckily.
And they could meet a snake. I know how much Psycho would be happy about that. Meet a lizard. These are all extra experiences that I can do.
We could pay for if we're gonna do any, it would be the koala
Yeah.
experience.
But I could. Oh. It's still expensive though.
Mm-hmm.
Then Animal Park. This is animals they have. They got kangaroos and dingoes and koalas and emos and shut up! They got emos. They got lizards and snakes and crocodiles and wombats. I kind of want to see a crocodile from afar. I want this little fucker. I want this little fucker in my lap. This wallaby. And they have an albino roo too.
Oh, they do? Nice. Mhm.
Oh, I'm short. Tristan is 5'10". You said 5'11".
The high end of 5'9". I'm literally 5'10" if the gravity squishes me or not, but I'm just 5'9".
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes.
I can feed the kangaroos. I can watch people shear sheep, which is not what exactly. Currently not running. We'll be back in December. That's fair enough.
You don't have to go to the animal park to do that. We can go to the Melbourne show one time, and they'll have that.
I just want to feed the kangaroos and the wallabies. Oh my god, they're kissing.
Wallabies, kangaroos.
And I can listen to them talk if I want to. We'll figure it out. We're just gonna go based on vibes, and then later, let me pull up another tab over here. Basically, I have to keep pulling up in this tab to make sure I'm not doxing ourselves by accident. Later, we're gonna go to the penguin parade at Phillip Island. Okay. Phillip Island is home to the largest little penguin colony in the world. You can experience the magic of watching these amazing seabirds waddle home from the ocean to their burrows at night, any night of the year from our viewing platforms and boardwalks. You might notice a few works underway at the penguin parade. Don't worry, penguins are carrying on with their nightly waddle like nothing's changed. That's what they do. And they just. This is where we're gonna go. They're gonna waddle along. They're the fairy penguins. They're very small, apparently.
They are tiny. They are the smallest penguins.
Look at them. Look at. Oh my god. Just to give you some kind of size comparison. Yeah, I did know that.
Yes, they are so smooth. Like a criminal.
So I might not be able to get great pictures. Let me see.
The walk to them, you can probably take pictures if you can see any nesting. Just don't have flash on. Like literally, oh my god. Yeah, they'll come in a big swarm. They'll send a few out to scout, to be like, is it safe? Any predators that out? And they'll be like, there's one Aiko out. We're safe.
I'll be the same size as them.
The good thing as well is because it's winter,
Mm-hmm. It probably won't be as busy.
probably won't be as many people. Yeah,
Good, because I fucking hate people.
I know.
In
You
real
do.
life, okay? You guys are cool.
You're not real.
You guys are fake people, fake internet peoples. I got social anxiety, guys. I don't know if you can tell based on the fact that I don't like showing my face. The only reason I'm as confident online as I am is because you can't see me.
John Cena?
Yep. I really have a really low self-esteem.
Cena-san.
That's something that I'm working on with therapy.
Yeah, she's
And
gotten a lot better.
yeah, like today I said I didn't think I was as fat as I used to be.
She did while having a nap. That's a big improvement. People are, well, that's why you live on a ranch. You have decided if you want to get.
You're very picky about who you choose. See, the thing is like my family it took them a long time to realize to stop calling my friends my internet friends. I was like, bro, they're my friends just because they're online. And you know what it took? You know what it took for them to finally start calling them my real friends instead of internet friends?
What they say? What did
It
they say?
took them buying me Christmas presents. They literally surprised me with Christmas presents one year. I had some friends online send me like
Oh,
surprise me. My friend from Hawaii was like, "Can I have your address so I can send you some cookies for Christmas?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine." And I sent her my address. Not only did she lie to me, well, she didn't lie to me. She did give me cookies. Um, but she had collaborated with a bunch of moderators for the server that we were helping together. Because I told you we were both mods on an ARC server.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So we she had collaborated with all the other mods, and all the other mods had pitched in to get me and my ex at the time a bunch of Christmas presents that year. And like one of them was a fucking $200 Keurig, dude.
A $200 what?
Keurig, coffee
Correct.
maker. I was like, oh, it
Oh,
was amazing. I missed that Keurig so much.
is oh, it's that X,
Yeah,
the one you have to
that's
leave everything behind for.
yeah.
Oh,
I miss that Keurig more than I miss him.
that's not much.
No, I know. It was really sweet though.
That does sound very sweet.
It had a massive tank on it. I never had to fill that bitch. But yeah, after that, she stopped calling them my online friends. She realized that they're just friends who live in other parts of the world.
What parts of the world exist?
The thing is like whenever it comes to people like that, like my mom and like just growing up in general, like the older generations, they don't understand like that people online can be real friends.
Mm-hmm.
They just think, ah, those are people that you're friends with online, but they're not your real friends. Your real friends are the ones you know in real life. If that were the case, I'd have 0 friends. Well, I mean, I would now. I like because like I have
Same.
in-laws now who are amazing.
I would have I would have 0 friends for quite a long. I mean, still to this day. I've
You
met.
don't think that my mom is your friend?
I only know her online now.
Oh wow.
From here,
Shut up.
I don't visit her in person much.
Oh my gosh. We would have a glass of wine anyways. Girl, I hit my ex too. If I found out he died today, I would have a glass of wine. Bruh, just saying, like, I've literally been trying to stalk my ex only because I'm wondering if he's actually dead. No idea. No fucking clue. I am so just like legitimately curious if his boy is dead or not.
It genuinely is a case of we don't know.
He is dropped off the face of the fucking planet. Not that he ever had like this massive online presence before, but now it is nothing.
Okay, can you tell these people to stop burning my territory?
Stop burning their territory. Stop burning his territory, I think. I don't know. It's probably a little overboard.
Yeah, evolution. Literally just understaffed.
I do have. Now, I will say that I cheered when I found out his grandma died because his grandma was a fucking cunt.
That's putting it nicely.
But the thing
Genuinely, that's
is,
putting it nicely.
I would rather no, actually no, between the two of them, I don't think there was a winner over the two. Like his grandma was an elitist bitch and his dad is a pathological liar. And in like like ruined my life seriously. Like seriously, like I could have progressed on with my life if he had not been pathologically lying to my ex and myself for years. Like,
Yeah.
and he had no reason to. He had no reason to. I'm sitting there, and you could sit there and be like, okay, well, I'm going to prepare to move out and get my own place and do all this stuff. But he's sitting there telling you, no, 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 you don't have to do that. You don't have to move out. I'm setting up something with, you know, his grandma about letting you live here in this place over here. And literally, he had no reason to do that. I could have been preparing, like saving up money to move out and everything like that. No. And you know what he fucking did? You know what he fucking did finally? You know how he finally fucking told us that none of this happened? He never did. He never did. Okay? So he never did. Instead, what he did is he told us he was going to go spend the weekend with his new girlfriend and then left and never came back. Left his dogs even. And then hi Hop.
Oh, hello.
You successfully used cheat engine for the first time. I'd say I'm proud of you, but I'm not. I mean, I guess congratulations. I don't like cheat engine.
I knew a girl who threw a whole party with like 200 people after her ex died.
All
Damn.
right, I've got water. I know it's coming.
I made sure to get her some water earlier. Oh, I still got caffeine.
No,
Yeah.
I get it, but I do feel like it's a bit too disrespectful. It's like I would throw a party if my ex's dad died. And I'm not even fucking joking. I hate that man. I hate that man with every fiber of my being. I do not wish death upon people except for him. And I will stand by that. I hate, hate that man. I reserve wishing death upon people
For just him.
for just him. It's just him. Not even my ex's. It's my ex's dad. The absolute fucking worst.
The audacity of some bitches.
Years wasted. And in like I didn't get the medical help that I needed. Like the mental health help that I needed. He constantly made me feel like shit every fucking day, constantly yelling at me every fucking day about walking, existing. But God forbid I try to leave and he'd be like, no, 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 you can't leave. And then only to find out the only reason he fucking wanted us to stay to begin with is because he kept using the fucking car that wasn't even in his name. It was in my ex's name and my dad's name. Anyway, sorry. I have a lot of beef there. A lot of beef there. A lot of resentment. I could go on for hours about how much I hate this man. But
Literally,
let's not spread
your dad
negativity.
had to show up to get the car.
Yeah, my dad had to go pick up the car. and like threaten legal action against him. And tell him if he did not give him the car, he was going to call the cops. Like, I'm talking like had to drive like 3 hours to go get it. You were a cop a little bit before you met Lily. My girlfriend at the time, she cheated on me with this guy, and when I found out, I put him straight. He was doing some pretty illegal stuff. But it's convenient. Got revenge and put the guy away. There you go. Jeez. It is nice that I at least have a recording of my dad telling off my ex's dad.
Yeah, I got to watch that. That was funny.
So
It was literally treating him like a child because he was acting like one.
Mm-hmm. Satisfying video. Every time I see it, though, every time I see his face or think of his face, man, it just something boils up
Even
in
hear
me.
the name.
Mm-mm.
Doesn't even have to be him itself.
Just thinking about him burns me out.
That explains how you've been shot before, then. Working as
Oh
a
yeah,
cop.
that makes sense.
Or was it outside of working as a cop that you've been shot?
Music.
Some people deserve to just be picked up and thrown out of a house, though.
Yeah, at least I don't have to wish death upon his grandma anymore because she's already dead. Look, I might be a bad person. Some people might think I'm a bad person. I think I just say the things that people are afraid to fucking say. Some people do wish death upon people. And you know what? There's nothing fucking wrong with that. Keep it,
Some
make it
people wish
rare.
death
Don't wish death
for
upon everybody. Keep that
more
shit rare.
frivolous reasons.
Keep that shit rare. Make it special. If you're going to wish death upon somebody, make sure you mean it.
They are just right. What song is this? Welcome in!
Welcome in.
Oh, happy GG Pro 3.
I saw that you followed me yesterday. Uh, for 3G Pro 3. Thank you. I was thinking, wow, that's gonna be a really hard name. Really hard name to pronounce. And I don't know. It's just music while I'm.
This is Rihanna's Don't Stop the Music, but we
Unfortunately,
are
the music has decided to
playing.
stop itself.
Yeah,
How long were you
it's not.
gone? I don't know, bro. It's been 84 years. It's been 84 years.
I don't know.
But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's been a long time. I'm sorry.
All four shots happen at the same time. I mean, it makes sense that they all happened at once because people typically don't shoot once unless they've only got a single shot weapon. I am glad you survived the four bullets.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
I can now hear
I'm
your
so
phone.
confused. Didn't you already follow me?
Sister
Also, why did I not hear my notifications?
I heard it. I've stolen it.
Is that where it was going?
Yeah.
Oh no.
We've got some more fixing to do.
Damn it. I was taking it too. You had a day off. A year's off. Sorry, yeah. You left me. You left me just so you could follow me again. You hoe bag.
This game sucks. Hey, at least he hit you 4
Okay, that's
times.
fine. Fair.
But not the worst aim imaginable. But like, yeah.
Are you
I'm
wearing a
glad his aim
vest?
sucked. I imagine so.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he got shot in the legs.
Could have been.
You're pretty, he's a pretty big target.
Like, you know what happens now? Channel trailer time. She doesn't do that anymore, does she?
No. I don't have one.
Yeah, we need to make another
I
one.
need an updated one. I'm like so behind on shit. Basically, our channel trailer would be right now and just be like, you want to hang out with us while we play Pal World? Okay.
A
Hi.
nest. Fancy.
Welcome.
Were you trying to outdress the animals or just blending in with the zookeepers?
That's fancy.
Either way, Tintin's style. Next time, bring a plush dino for ultimate drip.
Yeah, you're dressed up, all fancy like for the animals. Thor is a damn mountain. Indeed. I wish you the swiftest of recoveries so you can go back to being a mountain.
He's a mountain. He's just a mountain in a bed.
Yeah, he's a horizontal mountain right now.
Yes.
I'm pretty hard to miss. Yeah, that actually makes sense. You're gigantic. How the fuck did they miss so hard?
I will make a new channel trailer. We're kind of trying to like
Maybe they'll
save up
intimidate it.
clips right now.
I think I might.
I don't want to make sure shit's outdated. It's gotta be.
It's got to have me in it, huh?
Gotta have Tristan in it, I guess. And I'd like it to have all the stuff to have our new models in it. So we just need new content. So we just
Yeah,
need to stream.
but it's gonna be a lot of Power World.
It's gonna be a lot of Power World.
Yeah, so on the horizon will be a new clip, a new channel trailer. I liked it as well.
We're a business now, you know.
Yeah, we're
We
professionals.
gotta pay taxes.
Speaking of that, I think I have to report the Centrelink that I'm now a owner of a small business.
Oh, you got an email earlier about something about business something. And
Ooh.
I also had a missed call from the bank.
They probably called you about getting the thing set up.
Cesarowith009 said
I
eat a
woke up to a missed
Heartblossom with her
call,
plushie Rexxi, and
and she was
together they
like, "Yeah, we've
travel
got
to
the
different
profile set
worlds
up."
and lots of mayhem. So come on in and join the fun.
Yeah, but what about my husband?
I'm here.
You forgot him. Do I have streamers on my free time? Nope.
Don't worry, I'm forgettable, honey.
Nope, not really. Occasionally I will like throw somebody on. If I raid out to somebody, I'll watch them for a bit, but generally speaking, I don't watch streamers in my free time. I watch true crime.
The streamers we watch tend to be
Caesar, how long has it been?
I'm husband in trash. Hi.
How long has it been? I got married last year.
It's been over a year since we've been married. Caesar did say.
Yeah, I found, well, technically he found me. He raided into my channel one day, and then I married him.
I do remember. I think we were still playing ESO at the time when Caesar was there.
Maybe. Yes, well, welcome back.
Yeah, welcome. Oh,
I'm trying to give Rexxi a makeover to update with the model. Usually your favorite thing to watch streamers do is react streams and stuff?
Yeah, I've gone through periods of watching streamers, and then I married one, and now I'm streaming alongside her.
It's just like, I know, like, I am more of a streamer than a streamer watcher. Tristan watches his favorite streamer still, but that's, it's just me. So I don't like, he'll occasionally watch other people stream, and he's definitely more of a stream watcher than I am. I'm more of a lurker if I go watch somebody. Occasionally somebody can get me chatting, but it's very rare. I'm subscribed to a total of one person, and that is Nero Ignis Art. He is amazing, and I think he's fantastic, and he gives chill vibes everywhere he fucking goes. And I started subscribing to him originally because I was like, he's nice, but also because I was watching him every single morning, and he was just really nice to wake up to. He had good music, good vibes, chill to talk to. He still is. I just don't watch a lot of him anymore. And it would just like I'm never really active in people's chat. I'm more.
You respond to the CapCut refund message.
Did I have to?
It says if you agree with proceeding with the refund on this basis, please feel free to reply to us whenever it's convenient to you. I was just reading through it, and I saw the business one. Yeah.
You can email it back. Say yeah, go for it. I don't remember.
Actually, let me look at the sent emails. See if you actually sent them. That was just the refund request. Yeah.
Rexy can still talk? Yeah. I mean, he took a break. He's only come back recently. But I don't have that. That was never a command. Also, you spelled his name wrong.
Rexxi. Yeah, the only people who can do like the command to talk to Rexxi are mods.
Yeah.
Um,
And me.
there was a channel point
Rexy,
redeem that I don't know if you
welcome
can
Caesar
set
back.
it back up again.
He's been gone for 84 years.
Caesar, you survived the Ice Age and returned. Did you find the Fountain of Youth, or just get lost in a Walmart? Either way, welcome back, legend. We missed your chaos.
Found no use. They'll just get lost in a Walmart. Dang. Yeah, welcome back. He doesn't react as much as he used
Yeah,
to.
I cut him down because it was really loud. Not really loud, really annoying.
It's just a blanket socials command.
Yeah.
Now, Caesar. There you go.
Basically, I had the Discord as a Discord and Discord as in the socials. So, like, I'm just gonna put it in socials so I can just get attention and everything.
Let's consolidate commands.
Some lock, some kiss, rap, I'm fucking freaking all the words of this song. Not that I really care that much, anyways. Fucking hate this bitch. Why is she on every fucking playlist? Why? Because she was so fucking popular in the 2010s. Ugh, I hate her.
Do not.
I don't hate her as much as I hate my ex's dad.
You don't wish death upon
I don't
Katy
wish death upon Katy Perry. She can live, I guess.
Josh used to be all over Katy Perry. As a fan, but that's because he was like a fan alongside his ex.
No. I'm gonna show y'all why I can't stand Katy Perry now. There's a lot of reasons. But I'm gonna show you one that was officially got me. It just like hit me with the big ick. Okay, hold on.
I love the big ick.
All right.
The big ick things from me for Katy Perry were related to
Here's my big. Ready? Are you guys ready? Are you guys paying attention? Fucking show you. I get a very strong blueberry muffin vibe from Aiko. I don't know how to take that. Thank you.
Who is Blueberry Muffin?
Did I do the question of the day before?
Did you
I don't know question of the day before. I don't know. I don't think so. All right. So here we go. This was my big ick towards Katy Perry to start off. Like I already wasn't like the biggest super big Katy Perry fan. There are some things I like about her. Like I like her Kiss the Girl song. Right? That's about it. But like listen.
Have you kissed a girl and liked it?
No, I've never been in a relationship.
Really?
Oh,
I can't kiss a girl without being in a relationship.
Come here, baby.
No, wait, hold on.
Come here. Come here right now.
You can't
Come here right now.
Okay.
Have you kissed?
If that was a guy,
That right in there is no consent. She leaned over for a kiss on the cheek.
and he went to go give a kiss on the cheek, and then she turned her face. No, big ick for me.
Massive ick.
And what makes you? No, I wasn't on American Idol. That was Katy Perry. Saw the food stuff today, Lily. She's hungry. She's hungry and she wants some muffins. I think she's trying to drop hints that she wants you to get her some muffins for some reason.
Now, welcome to a new segment called Question of the Day. What's your favorite board game?
Ooh, okay. Favorite board game.
That is a good question.
Categories. Easy. Would we consider that a board game or a writing game?
It's classed as a board game.
It's categories. I fucking love categories, dude. I could play that all day. Most people don't like it because they're like, it's too much under pressure. I'm like, that's the fun.
I prefer more like strategy, like bigger board games, and Aiko's not necessarily a fan of those.
Give me some categories. I'm happy to claim. I also like, as far as card games go, I like Phase 10. Phase 10's great.
Phase 10 is really fun.
And in certain groups, not all groups, Cards Against Humanity. The thing is,
Oh,
I'm
that is
very picky.
very
I'm
group dependent.
very group dependent. It can be really fun or it can be really just annoying.
Yeah, your humor has to
There are
be.
people who laugh and joke about, they're like, oh my God, haha, they said big black dick. But I'm like, did it make sense even at all? Like, for me, I'm the kind of person who finds the most humor and like, if you squint at it, you can see the joke. Like the,
Yeah,
like,
you
just
got
be
you got
like,
you got
be like, okay, before you look at my card, I'm gonna need you to think about it. Just think about it. That's my response every single time. Okay, before you look at my card, think about it. Like, really think about it. And then they'll think about it and they're like, oh, I see what you did there. That's what I
yeah,
like.
the thinker ones.
The two games that can ruin a family, Uno and Monopoly.
I think Russian roulette can also ruin a family.
Not wrong. Yeah, we're doing. Whoa, Rexxi. Damn, that game ruins every family gathering I go to.
Families falling before your eyes. Yeah, I like. I'm a fan of Risk, but I know Aiko does not like Risk. I like strategy board games.
I'm dumb. I keep my strategy short term.
Oh, you asked. There are two games that can ruin a family. Where'd that come from? Just straight up facts. No print.
Lily's like, me too. Me too. Look, it's one of those things. It's like I'm not really dumb. But the thing is if I'm playing a board game, I don't want to think that hard.
I could like simple rules. I like complicated rules where there's a whole bunch of
Then there's
different.
fucking Power World where I fucking made spreadsheets.
Yeah, if it's a video game, Aiko is all in on melting her brain with nerd shit. See, I'm technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. My favorite kind of correct.
I'm gonna be able to get him to move right.
Yeah, you're not wrong. If you have a very so many rebellions, there's rebellions everywhere right now. Rebellions. The rebels. This place has rebelled. You're not getting away.
I know nothing about what's happening in your game, Jon Snow.
This way around here. The fuck did they go? How did this? There they are. There they are. Oh, finally.
Alright, looks like they got one more piece left to mash.
One piece.
But no, like, joke, I literally got into a physical fight with my brother over Uno. Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever gotten into a fight with any of my family over a card game or whatever. We're pretty good when it comes to card games.
Yeah, Uno is a pretty
I think the one that they say is like a family, like will kill, like, is phase 10. Like, phase 10's pretty bad about it, but It's really not that bad. Although to be fair, like I've played FaceTime with Tristan and I'll get salty over shit too. I'm like, God, you motherfucker. It's all luck.
For summer vibe, want to put Rexxi in a bikini?
Oh my God, I love that. Maybe. But it is winter right now, so.
Yeah,
He can't.
can operate on our system.
Yeah, he's gotta survive the Australian winter.
The harsh Australian winter where the dingoes come in and eat your babies.
You and me ride a bad romance. Aren't you loving it? Love is revenge. You and me can write a bad romance. Oh, oh, oh.
Rawr, rawr, my dinosaur hair. Really? I mean,
I'm so close. That I need you. Want you bad romance.
it would be very funny. It's just winter currently for us. If you ever made a bikini version of model, I would ground her for the rest of the year.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
I had
no.
a bathing suit model on my, or a bathing suit version of my last model, but not a bikini version. I could never do a bikini version of my model. It's very important for me that people do not lewd my model.
Lucy, yeah, I was gonna say Lucy probably remembers that one.
Oh yeah, Lucy does remember that one because he'd spent 10,000 points each trying to just get me to swap to the bathing suit model. Why did he want the bathing suit model? Because it had flip-flops on and you could see the feet.
Had cute toes
They were
and
very
cute
cute.
toenails, like they're painted. But were they painted actually?
Yeah, of course they
Yeah.
were. I made it myself.
No proof.
Aha, good try.
I think there's a clip somewhere.
There's a clip. There's plenty of clips. All right.
Oh my god, the meshing.
He is meshed.
Oh my god, Rexy's meshed.
Yeah.
Big increase in profits. Good.
This makes it to where I can do this. Oops. This. And you don't see it outside. You only see it within the eye.
Within the eyes of the angel.
You're Shakira. Oops.
Just go for
There we go. How are we doing this? We're gonna group it up. Probably. Put groups head. Head. Itchy leg. Ugh. Oh. Speak slow, don't say bonita, because. Alright, so let's do. I want to try and make a folder, dude. Make a new folder. Make a folder. How do I make a folder? Ah! I forgot how to do these things. Oh, here we go.
That weather in
2,
Vietnam
3, 4, 5, 6,
think it
7,
is.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
That's
13,
the
14,
case.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. That's fine. Face. Spikes. Ba-ding. Bing, ba-ding, bing. Alright. So we're gonna make a warp deformer for the head. I don't know how many warp deformers I get. Oof.
I love the form in the warp.
$50. Okay. Warp deformer. Okay. Head XY. Do 8. I mean, technically it doesn't need to be that much, but whatever.
Worried for the sick man. Oh no, with a caked up nose.
Oh my gosh.
Or is it a doctor? It was a nurse that's caked up, right?
Body XY.
I accidentally hired that guy. Ooh. No.
H. XY. Hold on. L hand XY. L foot XY.
There's a guy who makes his entire content with like prosthetic butt like a fake butt. Makes him have like a really big butt, and then he regularly gets a lot of people and a lot of women in the comments thirsting over his ass. You just hear a smack when he walks past you. Holy dang!
Then
What a gravity! You don't know. It's exactly my point proven.
so we want an auxiliary augmented XY. So let's go ahead and put
I love that I can't watch my favorite streamer.
the picket. I don't know who that bitch is.
Oh my god, you gonna fight a bitch?
I fight that bitch.
Dang, you're gonna be fighting yourself again. I believe you. You can win though.
Replicate parameters.
Run.
It. Aga.
I don't think that's
Weird is
weird.
just
You don't
another
tend to
word for
see.
interesting. If it makes life more fun or makes people laugh, I say go for it. Normal is overrated, let's all be weird together.
I agree, Rexxi. Be weird.
Angle. Z.
I don't think that's weird. You don't tend to see well-endowed men in the booty department. I don't think I have an house like that. Why can't it be me? Oh no. Jealousy transcends gender when it comes to an ass.
I don't need to move it much. Be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Not gonna be crazy movements like you would in like the full model.
Something to do with an ass. What would you do with an ass like that, huh? What kind of things? I think Thor's confused as well. Taxes? Yeah, what kind of things are you talking about? Oh no, it's the smirk.
Feels like one you like to know.
Oh no. It's taxes, isn't it? I knew it. Oh, natural.
Ain't no way that thing is natural. You think he had to get surgery to get it like that? I don't know. I used to date a guy with a badonkadonk.
Some guys are just well endowed. Now the real question is, do you think he has an OnlyFans?
Mm.
Damn.
I am. I'm sorry. I want to get Rexy moving. Look at him. He
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 is
can move his
indeed
head back and forth.
lovely,
Look. Wee. Wiggles. It's all a bunch of minor movements. That's why.
Yeah, sometimes you can just tell with certain creators that they're like probably either do or would be willing to have an OnlyFans.
Do I look like I'd be willing to have an OnlyFans?
No. He's too wholesome and cute.
Sitting on cake.
My first thought was just like it could be like one of those hydraulic press channels.
Oh no.
Ass. Just slowly lowers and squishes something. A kid-friendly vibe Minecraft video, and they had a girl there in the group, and she does OnlyFans. I mean,
Really?
as long as that's not the focus of it, it's like, I guess, what she does in her spare time for
Extra money.
her ag.
I've considered selling pics of my feet in real life, but I have a tattoo on my ankle, so it would only be able to be one of my feet. I think I have cute feet.
She has adorable feet. I can confirm. Aiko has the cutest feet I've ever seen.
To be fair, it's not like you're looking at many people's feet that I'm aware of. I don't know what you do in your spare time. I know what Lucy does in his spare time.
Just stares at feet, imagines feet, becomes feet. Lucy is feet. Multiple.
Diddy. What about that hit?
Yeah. Yeah, if they just do stuff in there. Nothing wrong with someone having an OnlyFans. I have monkey feet. Like there's room for an extra tongue, but oh my, more feet per feet.
Oh no. Some people might be into that. I don't know. Lucy, you're the
You're the
you're the expert foot expert here. Yes. See, he knows. He said yes. See, there's there's a thing for everybody, you know. I'm laying in bed and my phone's on the other side. I don't get bothered to get up to cover my head. I do that too.
Sometimes it's hard to grab things though, because we're not monkey toed. Blessed with a monkey toe. AI art does make some characters 6 or full toes. Yeah, true. Yeah.
You're true. There you go.
You can play video games with your feet. Dang, they're dexterous.
Oh well.
Once. Where's the controller? Oh my. Ad break in a minute. You're just jealous, Lily.
No.
Doggy toes. What do you think of the chances of you drinking a beer while in the hospital? I can say you should focus on recovering, but the chances are extremely low. Yeah, very low. How often do they do blood tests on you? Are they doing blood tests to make sure things are staying good? I don't know. I don't know what they've done to you necessarily. They made you into a robot or something. Yeah.
Everybody's wanting her, And you're stuck in that you.
How regularly are they doing blood tests? Are they doing blood tests at all? Had like one when you got there. Okay. I mean, it's not impossible. It'll just be a Mission Impossible style movie for you to have one. And the best way you'll get away with it is with the assistance of Lily, but I don't think she would be willing to help you. Maybe not. I don't know. But all I can say is it's probably not a good idea because it can react negatively to some of the stuff that, yeah.
She's like, I'm not gonna do a beer.
There you go. So the chance is 0 now. Yeah, okay. You guys are great.
Appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with us, or just kind of derping
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, so day off tomorrow, and then we'll be back most likely the next day with Pale World, unless something happens like a meteor just crashes through the roof and kills me while I'm in my bed. While I'm sleeping. That is a
And if that's the
random.
case, it'll just be the day after that.
Yeah. I'll just rise the day after, like yeast, like sourdough. I'll just
Fucking
rise.
yeast. Something wrong with you.
Okay. As I love talking to you guys and talking shit to Thor and chat, I have so much fun.
So
I
glad.
love it, yeah.
Makes me really happy. I'm so sorry I'm locked in. I feel like I shouldn't be apologizing for being logged in. This is
Do
just.
not apologize.
That's why Tristan's here. He can pay attention. He can pay attention better. Well, not the only reason he's here. He's here because
Fun
I
for
think
some
he's
reasons.
cute. There's a lot of things I know you. I can assure you on the moves like Jagger. The moves like Jagger. I got the moves.
Moves like Jaeger. There are a lot worse things to your face. I just don't put in chat because I don't want to get banned. Yeah,
See?
yeah.
Void
Even if we might
underscore
allow
Chow
it.
I need to
underscore
take a
Chow
hand
gets it.
break.
Weird Squad represent.
I
Ordinary
need to
is the
stretch my
background
wrists.
characters. We're the main cast now,
Like
baby.
taking a hand break. Like that's supposed to stay in the call.
I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean? You're so stupid.
Love you, honey.
Oh, Lord. God damn it. What are you playing? Are you streaming? I don't even know if you're streaming.
No, I'm not streaming. This game would just not do great.
So I'm 4 followers away from 800, right?
It is.
And we were talking, and by we were talking, me were talking about possibility of once they hit 800 going for 1,000 follower push. What do you guys think? I don't know what that would mean or what it would entail besides me just adding 1,000 follower push to my titles, seeing as we already stream a lot. But, you know.
I think that's what it will entail. Just adding that to it.
I don't like overdoing things like that. Like subathon, like subathons. There are some people that do subathons all the time and it oversaturates it, rates it, right? It becomes not a not special thing. High five.
High five.
And then like affiliate push, I did the push until I got affiliate, and I haven't done like a partner push or anything like that because that's fucking wild. Some people do. Some people go
People
right
do a
into it.
partner push from like way too early. Like the average is like 30 at most, and they start doing partner
Yeah,
pushes.
I
I'm
could have
like,
done 1,000 follower push at 500 if I really wanted to, but you know, that would be
yeah.
excessive. But I think 200 should be enough, right? Like things said of face, Thor's face. The things they said of Thor's face would make a priest faint. Oh, geez.
Dang, nice.
I think that 5 is just like in the Halloween spirit lately.
You know, families with my boys. You are in the Halloween.
I am currently working on making Rexxi come to life. Making new Rexxi come to life.
You ain't gonna play this Russian. Hello.
Yay! Bouncy, bouncy.
And I could switch to
He
X and
moves
see
so
what
fast his face can't keep up.
wow, he's dancing so well.
Yeah, I'll move on all around when you done cooked yourself. What did you do?
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Reminds you of
Oh.
boobs. Well, I guess there's got to be some jiggle physics in here, huh? You're not gonna get them from my booba. My booba are hidden behind a bow. Nope.
How'd you cook yourself? What did you do? Did you put yourself in an oven or something? Did you
burn yourself on the hood of a car? I'm taking a hand break.
Did you play Pac-Man too hard?
Flat is
Something
justice,
like
and I believe that. Woo!
Aiko is justice. You getting head pats, my love? Oh my god.
Deservedly so. I've been working my butt off. I meshed Rexy's whole squishy body. And now I'm making him move.
So squishy.
That one was voted on. I'm actually really surprised the Wilhelm scream got it, but people use it a lot. And it's not one of those ones I would have added personally because I would have been like, nah, nobody will use that. But no, people love it. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we ask people what they want, because what the fuck do I know?
You know nothing.
I can feel so confident that people are going to like something, not like something, but
it does the Wilhelm scream. That's what it did.
it did the Wilhelm scream. Sound effect Wilhelm scream.
It's all fun against the skeleton's Wilhelm scream. True.
Fixing the hot water tap on the shower and slipped, slamming your toe into the shower door and broke my toe.
Fuck! You're not supposed to do that. Toe's not supposed to break.
Did you go to the doctor?
Yeah, did the doctor say it's broken? Please go get medical treatment. Yeah, you've just got a broken toe, whereas Russian's sitting here with a broken
Body
everything.
area.
Broken chest. Missing a rib. Metal now. Oh no.
Jiggles!
Jiggle, jiggle,
This
jiggle,
isn't even the
jiggle.
jiggle part of it. Basically, once I'm done with this, I've got to switch all of this to the auxiliary angles. And then I'm going to be adding physics from the auxiliary angles to the angles so that it'll be more jiggly. And then I got to fix more physics on top of that. Now let's go to left hand. Let's do the right foot and hand first. Should be easier maybe. So we're gonna do this.
Wasn't my many car crashes that broke my bones, but the shower door.
Yep.
It always is something like
That
that.
is, of course, the way it be.
Dang. Are you still in like risky Actually, no, I think we asked this yesterday.
Hmm?
I think we asked yesterday if Thor was in like risky position for
Yeah, I think he said he's gonna be fine.
gotten through the scary part so far. Just good.
Do we want to go over it? Yeah, let's do that. Let's make his limbs go opposite. Round and round, middle of the line, we're going down. Guaranteed we're gonna lose. You better dance. Take a night. You won't remember you're only the one. Yeah.
Oh, so I thought should have been through. If it was the fucking horse that got me, I'd be so pissed. True, yeah. You just got back from the hospital? Okay, glad you got it checked
Good,
out.
good. Smart.
Keep all the casualties on one.
Round and round, with I'm going round.
Hold me another round, homie. I mean, Aiko is the next Milan. You're the next Milan?
Like it's so cute.
That is adorable.
I'm losing my mind, dude.
That's okay. You deserve a time where you just don't have mind overrated. Anything
To be
you can't
fair,
lose.
your end is probably going to be a Lily's hand.
Would be
Yeah,
that thing.
that's fair. As it should be. stuck here for like 3 weeks. Well, that means you're safe for 3 weeks.
Oh, the helicopter did the forbidden spin. You're stuck in hospital for a month. Ah, I'm glad the helicopter didn't do the forbidden spin of death. It was just the regular forbidden spin.
I haven't even started his mouth movements yet. Hear me, we get 2 Rexy plushies. 2 kiss. Oh. Alright. Alright. I think I can make this happen. I think I can make this happen now. Hold on.
Come on, 2 Rexys. Gonna kiss.
Hold on. So here's a version of Rexy. Okay. You guys see it already. We need to get the other version of Rexy. Gotta flip it around too. Okay. Okay. Gotta flip it. Okay. Here's another version of Rexy. Okay. Guys ready? Guys ready for this romance?
Yes.
Oh. There we go.
Those are the last 2 versions of Rexy.
Well, technically, they're not the last 2 versions of Rexy. Technically, these are the oldest 2 versions of Rexy.
Oh, they are? Okay. Yes, yes. The last 2 ones were tied to models, weren't they?
Wait a second. Weird. This is for Andy's B. You wanna get with me? You wanna give a lewd guy? I'm in the place that likes it, and he face to like Jill like MC, likes it on easy. Yeah, angry faces.
Bodies all around. I'm still waiting.
You have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta slime, 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 slime. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and sing a zig. Ah. You're like the Spice Girls. If you wanna be my lover.
You know that, my love?
I do know a guy who might be the king of stupid though. Yeah, is it Russian? Because like literally could be. Could be though. Could be though. You don't know.
It could be Russian.
So okay, so first off, we were attracting a bunch of femboys, foxes, and femboy foxes. Now we're attracting a bunch of fucking daredevils who just are just like, ooh, they are just like pushing it to the brink. They're wanting to push life to the fucking extreme. They are like
Actively on the brink of death.
actively on the brink of fucking death. No, look, you are classified under the foxes category, not the femboy foxes category. But yes, femboy
That is a
foxes.
whole
That is part extra category.
We've got femboys, we've got foxes, we've got femboy foxes. We've got daredevils.
Don't worry, foxes are super cute. They are very cute.
They are cute, but apparently they also stink quite a bit. Daredevil fanboy foxes. Yeah, that's gonna be the next crowd.
Well, actually, Hika.
Hika is indeed a Daredevil fanboy fox.
Yep. Turns out we already got Daredevil Femboy Fox, yeah.
Regularly wrecks their car somehow.
Constantly coming home mad. Why? Somebody cut him off in traffic. Hika. Want to take a little bit of responsibility for that? Nope.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's stinky. Ever seen a fox with a bathtub? No.
That's true. No, full offense. Full offense, Fox. Stinky bitch.
I love full offense. Stereo. Oh, 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 oh. You belong to my stereo. Oh. Oh. If that's what they want to do with that fleet that has an army on it, okay. I have two baths. One is full of used motor oil. I ran out of drums, and the other is somewhere on the property. I like me Nico. Oh my god. Lily's a fan of me Nico.
Finally, someone gets me.
I like me Nico too. I like all Ico.
I'm not sure what I did or said though to give mean. What did I say? Maybe I missed it. Was it the full offense? Bitch, you, I'm proud bitch. Good, 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 good. No need to apologize.
I mean, at least a fence.
Look, he's dancing to Nicki Minaj.
Oh my god. You got this, Rexxi?
Yeah, my heels be moving away. That boom, 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 boom. That super bass. Boom, 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 bass. That super bass.
I love the soup base.
Oh my God! Shut up. Boom, boom, boom,
Nah.
boom, 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 bass. Boom,
You
boom,
love me.
boom, 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 bass. That super bass. Oh, oh. This is why we
You
test
did
these
a lot
things.
more damage than you deserved.
Oh, that's not where the issue is. The issue is in the
Man,
tail.
dick. Yeah. I mean, you can die.
Boom, 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 bang. Boom, 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 bang. That's super bass. Boom, 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 boom. That boom, 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 bang. The super bass. Boom, 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 bang. The super bass. I have problems. I'm getting deluded here. Dang.
Getting?
Shut up.
Never.
Thor's got that sixth sense. Maybe I need some of that. My danger sense only tingles for vacuum cleaners and Aiko's let's give you a bath voice. Teach me the waves, mighty Thor.
You can shake your booty.
Shake it?
Tis the way.
I was born for this. Watch out, internet, Dino booty incoming. If I throw a stitch, you're paying for repairs. Aiko.
Nat! You wanna see something funny, Nat? Look, watch.
Go like pseudo, like it's dynamite. Cause I told you once,
It's
now I
big.
told you twice. We go like pseudo,
It's dynamite.
dinosaur.
And I go along with the beat of the song. Right, yeah, but it goes on and on and on. Oh, Nat, I heard about the dog. I'm really sorry.
I was going to say something, but I'd actually like to leave this hospital alive. Oh my god. Yeah. If something's gonna kill you one
I
day, Thor,
know.
it's gonna be
That was rough. I'm so
it's gonna
sorry.
be the missus.
Are you doing okay?
Hey, were you doing okay, Nat? We heard people suck.
Okay. If I could give you a hug, I
No.
would. You know I would. I'm so sorry. Sometimes it's not always the best things that happen when you're fostering dogs. I'm so
You cried so
sorry.
much you made yourself vomit. Oh no.
I'm so sorry.
People are shitty. It sucks. Gonna say something funny, but it's not the right time.
She fosters dogs.
Yeah, and they got a dog in from an abusive, almost certainly abusive rescue, and uh
The dog wound up not being well,
yeah,
to say like the least. It wasn't.
the dog unfortunately didn't make it. Basically. It's just a puppy.
She just sent us pictures like
Yeah.
yesterday.
For it to get as bad as it was, it would have to been like that for the yeah, it would have had to have been like that. That doesn't just happen after a day or two. That is long-term
Neglect.
neglect. Yeah. Only 8 weeks old.
I'm
yeah.
sorry. She was just a baby.
Lord Chow Chow has a bunch of dogs, so they're obviously. And same with Mrs. Chow Chow, they have a bunch of dogs. Thor and Lily, they have a bunch of dogs. Obviously, they're dog people, and yeah, it's.
Don't know if you could tell based on the fact that they've named themselves after their dogs. Or at least
You
one
do
of
not
them.
have to show yourself out, Natalie.
No, you're fine. You were fine.
You are fine. Stay.
Not every.
Stay, bitch.
If anything,
Beat off your
stick around. Try and cheer yourself up a little bit here. I know that like what we could do is not gonna fix anything, but hopefully takes your mind off of it for a little bit. How are the kids? How's everything? How was your day other than that? I know. Not everyone's sad now.
No one has to
No one has
leave.
to
Just
leave.
everyone can cry together.
No.
Sometimes it's time to cry.
I'm rigging Rexxi. Rexxi got finished being look, his face looks really derp right now. Because I'm currently in the process of rigging him.
Yeah, it's
It's
better
been
to
a
groove
long
together
time.
than groove alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
I haven't rigged anything in a long time, so I'm being ambitious. It's my Wi-Fi
You're
crash
doing
back.
fucking amazing.
Thanks.
Not the time for that one. What is that? Frog twerk with a heart. Small Wi-Fi crash, but I'm back. Welcome back, Fox, of the Russian variety. He walked in Damon's room earlier and he didn't notice me, so I screamed and he jumped. Damon is good at just, like, zoning out.
Oh, jeez. I do the same thing, though. I can't say anything.
Yeah, he just, like, zones
Gregory's Russian Fox
everything out.
said.
You bitch. Did you hear what he said, babe?
I did not. I think sometimes if it's short enough, I don't hear it.
It literally said, the glorious Russian fox said.
Oh, the TTSs. I don't hear the TTSs.
Okay.
It's the alerts and Rexxi is what I hear.
Okay. Stealing my fucking alerts, rude.
Yeah, fuck you, it's
I
mine.
don't even get to
Nom, nom,
celebrate.
nom, nom.
That's good.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just something that you're gonna come across in fostering because you sometimes get rescues and
Sometimes
some people are fucking pieces of shit.
accurate. Some people suck monkey dick.
Some people indeed just deep throat that monkey dick. If you're just a
Gregory's
dot in
Russian
the
Fox
TTS, it says
said.
nothing.
Just use a period in the TTS, it says nothing. Yeah.
Oh yes, American period.
You have a very old border collie. I just can't really see our house without her there. I've seen that picture of her. She's really cute.
Yeah.
To the up and down. Alright, how am I wanting to do these arms? Do I want it to go opposite of the legs or opposite of the body?
Wacky waving, inflatable arm, flailing tube man. I think she's gonna beat me up. Years old or
How old's
no?
Kit Kat? Kit Kat's about 13?
Kit Kat's 13 and Elvis is 12.
Good thing about a plushie is there's a lot of like room for error. Because like you can just be like squish. It's squish. It's why it's squish.
Why squish? Because plushy squish.
Got a little better after we organize that. Organize for the baby to come back to me, and she's gonna sit up next to Scamp. The baby. Okay, kid's almost 14. 13. Baby. Do something funny so we can laugh and stop crying. Do something funny, Tristan!
I'm not funny. I wish it was funny.
I don't know what I'm doing. What's happening on my face? Oh, I'm walking.
I'm walking.
Fuck. Now also my mouth is delayed.
We've made Waiko walk.
There we go. Going for a stroll, guys. Rude. Trip over, everyone will laugh. Alright, hold on, I got this. I don't know. Back. Okay, hold on, I got this. I will help. I will help. I'm a genius, okay? Hold on.
Everyone must laugh at my pain.
Oh, shit, I don't know how to do this. Might be slow. Hold on. There you go. He fell over.
I am slow.
You gotta go back now.
I'm eating the floor.
He fell over. Hi, Anthony.
Anthony, oh my god, he screamed at you, that bitch. Kids falling over is absolutely hilarious as long as they don't actually get hurt. I agree with you, yeah. Watching someone actually get hurt is not funny. Watching someone fall over and think they're hurt, but they're fine. Little areas.
At some point, we're gonna have to do his face, and that's gonna be the hard part. Because that's gonna be the money maker.
He's gonna make us all the money. Cash money, we're gonna be rich.
We're leaving our fate up to Rexxi. We're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
I got this. Rexxi, we want to become rich. Give us some advice.
Step 1. Invent dinosaur-shaped gold bars. Step 2. Sell them. Step 3, profit. Or just stream with me and become famous for unbearable cuteness. Honestly, you're already rich, with me around.
Where the
We're
fuck
not.
am I getting these dinosaur-shaped golden bars?
No, invest in Dino Coin. Let's open up a cryptocurrency, Dino Coin. It probably already exists. We'll become crypto scammers. They become rich very quickly, usually.
True. Will you guys invest in our crypto scam? I meant totally legit cryptocurrency.
Look, it's not a scam for the first 20 customers, and then it's a scam for everyone else.
Yeah, get in early. Just saying.
Get in early and profit. No, I like more money. Oh. Is that a crypto coin? Phil's already got his own crypto scam going on. No, it's Moo.
Crypto we haven't heard of before.
Is it really a scam though if you tell people it's a scam from the start?
Yeah.
Scam usually, implies there's some level of deceit going on.
We need to move this.
It's not my point. Never give money to kids.
I heard never give money to kids. I have no idea what you said, but that's what I heard.
You're not my wife or now of my kids, so you can't have it. Oh. Glorious from Frogs was like, I like your money. Hand it over. We all like Thor's money.
You never give money to the kids. Being called out.
You don't know that I might be. Oh, ooh, this is gonna be rough. We've got 2 garrison. I should have this. Well, and they can get their own money. Oh, your money eventually becomes your kids' money once you die. Unless you have a will to donate it all. Even then, it's still best. Just some quick advice from our financially literate Tristan.
He is actually financially literate.
If you hate someone and they are, like a child.
Oh my god.
They're in line to inherit. It's better to leave them $1 than it is to leave them nothing, because then they can contest. They can contest it if it's nothing, but it's much harder to contest if you leave them something. And
You're like, no, don't worry. I thought of you. Don't think I forgot.
I thought of you. I've left you $1.
You were considered.
You were considered a piece of shit. Why are you aiming that way? Don't aim that way. talking about these ones. Oh, it's because they're out of range. Okay.
Lord. Oh, because I'm pressing the caps lock and not shift key like I thought I was. That's what it was.
Invest in Caps coin. Nothing going on this side. Perfect.
When I die, I want to take all my money on cash and make a funeral parlor with the money as the fuel. It's fine.
mean,
It's
yeah,
fine. Don't
yeah.
worry. Don't worry, Lily. When he's dead, he won't have a say. Unless, of course, you die first. In which case, I'd say watch out.
Tell me to watch out if I die first, huh?
Hmm?
Tell me to watch out if I die first. He's planning something.
I'm planning on doing something irresponsible.
Never.
Best way to go getting incinerated on a pile of cash. And nobody gets your money. I don't care. Oh. This is okay. Tail.
Mhm.
Alright, now we gotta get the spines. Can we do all of them at the same time? Probably. Probably for the best, too. Maybe? I don't really need them moving individually. I don't care. I love it.
Tristan.
I don't care. I love it. I love it. Spike. XY.
You're taking up a whole graveyard with me when I die. Yeah, you probably will. Drinking can kill you. I don't care. I love it. As long as you're happy. Well, that was a good hit on that journal. Okay, Rexxi plush for any payment of 99.99. Five's got it. He understands the assignment.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That was another reason I wanted to redesign Rexxi, to have her own design of Rexxi, because this like version that I'm holding right now is the Belgian version of Rexxi, and if I try and make this one, I'm gonna get so sued.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good way to get especially seeing as we have a business now.
I love my Rexxi. I do. Rexxi is based on a real life plushie though, so
Gonna be one day before fully healing when it gets stubbed again. Trying to stub your toe in your sleep. Yeah.
this is all gonna seem a lot less like exaggerated once it's actually made, because right now it's just like the far reaches. So you see how Rexy moves now, it's not like really that much. Lush XY. I'm not gonna do that just yet. But it's there. Mouth XY. Right eye XY. Or right, I'm just gonna say right eye. Eye. Also,
Oh. No, don't break your ribs again in 3 days or so. That's how you die, because your wife will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's guaranteeing your death by wife. She already worries about you enough as is. You don't need to don't need to give her more worries.
The thing is, you guys don't understand. You think that the white parts in his eyes are what his eyes are. They're not. Can I take him for a bit? I'm gonna kill him. Okay, okay, I have to read the chat. Hold on. Did you see my plan for my funeral? No, you're fucking not gonna do that. Aw, don't all me, you bitch. Okay, calm down. I can take him for a bit. I'm gonna kill him. Alright. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Don't worry, I got this. I got this.
Just get the caked up nurse to sit on him.
Don't worry, I got this.
This lovable idiot makes me worry so much. It's like I'm a toddler on a grown man's body. Oh. Oh no.
I am a fucking professional here, okay? Don't you fucking worry, I've got this shit. No fucking worries, I've got this shit. Okay. Now.
God of War Thor.
Shh. Don't worry, I got this.
He has got this.
Alright, well, this is gonna be a bit of a stretch. Literally. Gotta. Oh no, it's fine. He's got a transparent background already. Cool. Alright, you crop to that. No. Hold on, don't worry, hold on. We need a hospital background. You know he's in the fucking hospital. Copy image, edit, paste that in. Yeah, no worries, we got this. Wait, no, he's not gonna be in the hallway. If he gets in the hallway, he's gonna get out. There we go. Can't be getting out of the hospital room, okay?
Grab a trapped.
There you go. He's stuck in his room now.
You
He'll
get
be
this.
okay.
You get me?
He'll be okay.
She's indeed stalking you, yeah.
Oh, I got this.
Gotta
Dang,
believe.
so the market's not ready for Dino gold bars? Back to the drawing board. Maybe rich in snacks and friendship is the way to go. Easier to carry than gold anyway.
Reacting to you, really? The market's not ready for Dino gold bars.
Let's back up. And then we will just, you know, hold on to him for a bit. There we go. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on them. There you go. I'll just put him right there in the corner. He'll be safe.
Gotta keep him safe.
I don't even tell me. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not stalking. You already told me that you're Thor from God of War.
Thor of War.
Looks so stupid. Then we need him to be able to blink. Okay, this is important. Maximum perimeters
Welcome back, Lucy, and everyone from ads. We're sorry we have to run ads. Twitch forces us.
What the fuck you mean? Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, actually, then, hold on. Let's just remove these then. Perfect. Thor's internet went out. Well,
No.
that sucks.
Oh, he's safe now.
He's
from
safe.
Danger. No one's ever had any danger happen when they didn't have the internet. Cough, cough. The entirety of ever history before the internet.
That looks ugly.
Oh, Rexxi. The best.
Trying to like, I'm trying to close the eye. I know we're not gonna be all this zoomed up and shit in front of his eye, but yeah, you're right. Mm. I'm getting a fucking blink, dude. I had to imprison you, or else your wife was going to kill you.
We did it for your own good.
What if we just like maybe like this? Rexxi, no.
Oh my god.
No, Rexy. That's not how your eye's supposed to go, Rexy.
Ooh.
Moon.
Yeah, you could like. Ugh. Trying to figure out how to get this to fucking blink. It's really bad. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I need to leave. Gotta get back to good. Have fun. It was nice seeing you.
Yeah, I hope you drive safe or travel safely. Teleport safely. Thanks for hanging out, Lily.
Hmm. I agree. Thank you.
I don't know how much longer we're going to be streaming for. It's almost midnight.
I'm working on Rexxi still, so
Hmm?
I'm still working on Rexxi.
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. Alright. I have to do his mouth. Here's the thing though. I gotta change based on frequencies, shit like that. I have to remember what I need to set up because I'm pretty sure it's like I don't want to just although it could be. I am a lady.
Bless you, my lady, my princess, my everything.
You're so fucking extra. I love you so much, my extra husband. Did you
I'll
see him
never
blink?
change. Blinky?
Did you see him blink?
Ah, he blinks.
To figure out, let's see. Routines, pog, mouth, settings. Okay, so frequency and volume. So it's the most open, and then, okay. Kuma! Kuma!
Mama, mama.
Okay, here we have mouth open and mouth. What is this? Edit. Mouth form and mouth open. Sweet. Okay, here's where we are. -1. No! Oh my god. No, cancel. Don't. Just edit parameter.
Mom just killed a man.
So first of all, let us go more, okay? Well, first off, this is mouth open even, so let's close his fucking mouth. What the fuck I'm doing? It looks so bad. I just do this, then we go back and try again. What is this music? Okay, this is. I want to change this.
Not weird
shape
at
of it.
all. Spicy breakfast means you're living life full throttle. Beats a boring bowl of
Oh, that-
cereal any day.
Oh,
Respect the hustle, Kuma.
yummy.
Is it?
No, I don't think it's weird you had to have a breakfast.
I mean, we've had weirder shit for breakfast. Breakfast is just a.
Breakfast is just a meal, the first meal of the day you eat after you wake up.
Yep.
Doesn't matter the time, doesn't matter the day, doesn't matter the place. Doesn't matter the meal. The big propaganda campaign, that breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and that it should be certain things. Self the truth, midnight train.
Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place, trash.
Hey, hold on.
He's been making the trash.
Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? Hold on, this is alright. Wait, there we go. Okay, you know, I'll figure it out. Not like I'm crying or anything, Baka. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, just look. There we go.
She has lost her mind.
Okay, I'm done. How's the dinosaur going? Oh, he's alright. Looks alright.
It's going great.
I'm just having to close its mouth. If that's a bit of a chore. I don't know if you ever heard this fucker before. It's hard to shut his mouth. Tell him to shut his mouth.
He just never shuts up.
So we're going to do.
I think Rexxi, he's a turtle. And I would be wrong.
In the Barbie world, life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can push my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Hey, Kuma, you remember this song?
It's fantastic. We killed hordes on this night. Imagination.
Let me ask Kuma to sing the song at karaoke, and he did.
You are fantastic. You can rush up here.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
No.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
But speaking of nighttime meds, I just forgot to take my morning meds.
Oh.
That could be explaining a lot of how I'm feeling right now, but it's kind of out of it. But I think that might just be because I didn't.
Take your nighttime.
Shut the fuck up! Sorry.
You can play. Party up. Yeah, come on, Bobby, let's go party. Ooh, wow, come on, Bobby, let's go party. Yeah, come on, Bobby, let's go party. Ooh, wow. Bobby, life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can.
I guess I'm chasing Touch Myself by Dylan. I love that.
Fantastic.
I thought about adding that to my karaoke list, and I was like, nah. It's in my wheelhouse, but I can't. I just can't for. He doesn't exactly have lips, you know.
I'm a Barbie Christian and I'm in a Barbie Wisdom.
That one you can put into. Yeah. It'd have been a bit much.
Oh, you guys are dumbasses. Get back to my class. See you, Caesar. Thank you for hanging out.
It was really nice seeing you
It
again.
was nice seeing you again. The vinyls? Because one was saying I touched myself by the vinyls. That one I couldn't do. This I told one time that was really fun. I already know the pieces of paper can't have lights them far away. Damn voice to text. My Galgoon was singing. They all want to come over here and charge me with this. All willing to do a stupid thing and charge me.
What is it? It's like his mouth just fucking disappears. Can we move the tooth forward? No, because still technically it's not. It's not about it being forward. It's about. Oh wait.
Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place, trash.
So mean to me. What if I just don't have it all the way fucking closed? That I don't want. Like, I wish, like, okay. It's not gonna let me do this. Oh, my bad. I'm gonna copy keyframes. How to copy keyframes Live2d. There's a fucking hotkey that I don't remember. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I was doing. No. Alright. Go fuck yourself then. Basically, like, this is fine, this is fine. This is excessive, but I'll start over with the mouth. It's fine. It's fine. Hi, Birdie. How you doing? You mean like me and I am trash. I'm trash.
You are not trash, my love.
I'm trash. Literally.
No, 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 no. You are perfect.
Ugh. Okay, mouth. Start with mouth open. This is what we were trying to do before. We don't want it all the way closed. But we do. We do, but we don't. We want it closed enough that we can give it the illusion that, like, his mouth is closed, but, like, if it's closed too much, it's just a fucking, it's like fucking invisible, and it looks weird. Like this. That's like enough clothes down.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that looks good. And then
He's so cute. Oi, oi, oi. Oi. So many other armies and fleets. Ooh. They're gonna win that fight. Little do they know that I can just repair my ship and then come up and kill them all. Kyle.
I'm going to synthesize, but I don't think that this is how this works. No, it's not. It really doesn't want me copying. Wow.
It's good hit. close to blowing up that ship. Mine doesn't blow it up when it sinks. He's so cute. Belly boat in chat if anyone wants a belly boat.
What? Oh.
Pokemon. It's fine to me. Maybe I'll get my own plushie and name him Polar Pete. He'll be a polar bear with a Brooklyn accent. Yeah, how you doing, Kirill? You're welcome, Lucy. I guess you really wanted that belly bolt, and you caught it as well.
Okay. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Okay. Base XY.
Poor enemy ship. It had sunk already by the time I shot it, and blew it up. I blew it up underwater as it was sinking.
You say people wouldn't care to watch you, but like I feel like they would. Probably be more interesting than what I'm doing.
No, what you're doing is very interesting. People love to see the rigging process.
I mean, I know I love to see the rigging process, but it doesn't mean everybody does.
I'm a person. You're also a person. That means
We're not
we're not
people,
people.
Tristan. We're baby. We're anime girls.
We're not anime. The entirety of anime, that is us. Oh my god, Rexxi. You can turn. You can turn me, Rexxi. You're a full army. Don't be stupid and make me
We're going
lose.
to zoo tomorrow.
We are.
We need to
Going
forget.
to
We
the
need to
mall.
stop forgetting that, like, we can update people on the same thing repeatedly because,
People come and go.
yep.
Yeah.
We mentioned it earlier. You should had to have been here. We're not gonna mention it again.
Yeah. We're going to animal park, and then we're gonna go to see fairy penguins and a penguin parade. Know what you're thinking? Huh? They're called fairies. They must be gay.
Exactly what I was thinking.
I'd just like to inform you, you would be wrong. They are not gay because they're fairies. They're gay because they're penguins. Oh, slow motion shot. I see. That's on the direct aim thing. What the just on the road? Hello, no, man.
I'll do what I want. Alright, give me a minute.
Yeah, what I want. Care package from Lord Chow Chow. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I went to see Lily out and then I completely forgot a best friend. Oh, I'm still in jail. That is completely fine.
Lucifer out here freezing up the whole chat. Someone bring the
Yep.
dino-sized space heater. Or just keep giggling until you thaw out. Stay frosty, my dude.
Okay. You're trying to give me pal spheres? Wow, you think I'm cheap. Rude! Ah, my shoulders.
You're allowed to do what you want. We're a land of rules and order. What if I shoot your rules and order with a gun?
We want to add a Z. Base. Red. Bullhead. X. Z. Wait. The fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck am I listening to?
That's what happens when we play Corey's playlist and just autoplay some other things that are
No,
weird.
it wasn't doing that. It was playing. I had it playing. It was on a different playlist.
Oh, I can't see.
This doesn't sound anything like Corey's music. Corey
It
plays
isn't.
metal.
Corey's like metal screamer, metal, well, not screamer, no. It's just like metal.
Did I press play? I don't fucking know what I'm playing right now. Play. Just completely spun.
Ugh.
Okay.
You should have David Bowie. Lucy really likes David Bowie. Is it because he's British?
Right. Okay. Ugh, that looks terrible.
Like, he's so cute.
What if we do instead of -10? Because I feel like that's body rotation. -4.5. There we go. Fuck. Why is that weird? Going to select all of this. Change aux angle X. Select all. Change aux angle Y. Or select all. Change aux angle Z. Now I'm going to spend a bit of time in the physics menu that you guys won't be able to see for some fucking reason. I don't know why. You know what? That's fine. I'll see if I
Still
can.
the same program. It becomes a new window, I think, is why. Focus on the one. It's weird.
There you go. That is weird. Alright, so I'm going to
It's a Rexxi. It's a jiggly Rexxi.
body X, input preset, head input. Double pendulum, I guess. Right. Doing negative 30 to negative 30. Or to 30. And then negative 10, negative 30 to 30 here. Yes, 300. That's the one. Yep, that's really going to make things look great. Output settings, add. Increase output. I'm going to go ahead and modeling. Parameter.
Pick one. By the way, what you say is a short stream. For us, anything below like 8 hours these days.
Yeah.
No, I'm just a massive David Bowie fan, and I've been through one of my favorite movies. Plus, you can sing David Bowie songs. Nice. That's why Lucy likes David Bowie.
To add or duplicate. Already did this on body 1.
And British. And he's awesome.
Why is Y not moving? Oh, oxingle Y, that's why. Look at him go.
Eat hot dino nuggies.
Hold on. Had to get his mouth to move. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum.
Rexxi's having dino nuggies. Rexxi loves dino nuggies.
I have to do the whole. Let's see. Can I just randomize shit? There you go. There are a couple more physics I want to add, but it's just like ever so slight in like his like little sail thingies. It's I want it to be. Does that look good? I shouldn't overcomplicate it.
Oh, that looks really nice. Rexxi, so cute. I love how jiggly he is. Oh my god. That will I don't know the fucking name of him.
I
Drake.
love
think?
him. Look at him go.
Booba physics, nah.
Better than Booba physics.
Jiggly Rexy physics, that's the shit there.
Oh yeah, the Drake meme.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that saved it. I don't know if I need to click save. I couldn't remember. There you
We say no to Booba physics, yes to Rexy physics.
go. Let's see. Forgot to make a texture atlas. Select all. That's fine. I think I just export for runtime. Figure out where I'm putting this shit. Don't look in my files. It's private.
Look at all that file. She's not a private, she's not even in the army.
Shut up. Heartblossoms, Rexxi. And then let's see, we got to put him in copy. Right. Now I need to do this. I don't even think it'll show up here yet. I think I need to reload VTube Studio. Game, yeah. Gotta make sure this is set up properly too. Style. Auto setup? Okay. Right, I should probably like...
Ba, 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 ba.
yeah,
I see you. I love that.
but that's not where we're keeping it as. We're gonna come in here. Have him set the auto blink. That's fine, that's fine.
Heck yeah, that's the energy. Glad you're vibing, Lucifer. Much love right back at ya, from one plush gremlin to another.
My mouth should not be affecting this. My body, sure.
Nimble's in chat. Oh my god, a nimble. I never know what nimble is. Oh my god, I'm so happy for nimble. Yippee!
Voice volume 2. Oops. Fuck. Ignoring me. I'm just a plushie.
I shall never ignore you, my love, because you are my princess, my amazing everything.
Son of a bitch nugget.
Getting bitch nuggets out here?
Voice volume plus mouth open. Smile. With oven too. Yeah. Okay, what if I just do voice volume too? Alright, that helps. And then I'll smile. Voice frequency too. Dun, 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 dun. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. There was something I did not mean to do. Or maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine? Hold on.
Just plotting my next snack raid and practicing my acrobatic twirls. If I knock something over, it wasn't me. How's my favorite human?
Okay, alright. I need to default his mouth to... Default -1. No, not -1. Default this to edit. -1. Whoa.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Okay, so... God damn it.
I think that's a good idea.
His... Yeah, his default should be... Okay, I'm gonna replace everything. Yes. Yes. Copy. I might have to reload VTS again. I might need to just... There we go.
I'm plush, I'm squishy, and I only fell off the shelf twice today. Living my best Vino life. How are you?
Only
Aiko?
twice, Rexxi, I
Need a
see.
hug or a bad joke?
Why is your mouth open again? It was fine, and then it just...
Oh no. Oh no. Obama's declared war on me.
Fine, fine, I'll talk. But don't blame me when your ears fall off from my Dino wisdom. So, did you know I can do a perfect somersault? Okay, maybe not perfect, but I look adorable trying. Satisfied, boss?
No. What in the world? It does not go very closed. What the feck? Oh, I'm dumb. 'Cause I never did that. I'm stupid.
At least you figured out what you never did, but...
'Cause I meant to have a set of that. What?
What was it you never did?
I set the, I had the max at the 1 and the out set to 0, which it should have been, but I should have had it set to -1, which is what the lowest was. Can you talk now?
Yup, talking loud and clear. I've got opinions, jokes, and questionable advice ready at all times. Hit me with your
Well,
best shot, Aiko.
Try smoothing this out.
Opinionated Nino, I see.
What is your opinion on an American dinosaur living in Australia?
Sounds like a dino dream. Beaches, weird birds, and snacks everywhere. Just watch out for spiders bigger than me. I'd trade my left spike to wrestle a kangaroo for fun. Tintin's, very spicy adventure.
Yeah, his mouth
Yeah,
is
fox
fucking
noises.
all over the place.
Yeah.
Trying to, like, just the numbers and stuff like that.
Yeah. The good thing is you've got like the general rigging done.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just like struggling here because it's like I'm gonna just do the TTS part because I'm using money every time I get up to fucking talk.
Oh yeah. TTS doesn't use money. Kadia! Hello! Bye. I'm on the ground.
Let me see.
Lucy
I
loves
knock
big
me
feet
over
on
and
big
then what?
women. Lucy loves big feet on big 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 women.
What do you say about these allegations, Lucy? Do you like big feet on
Lucy
big
loves
women?
big feet on big women.
0.75.
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
Okay, the smoothing might be a bit much.
Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women.
She's calling you out. Yes, Rexxi won the vote for
Lucy
things to
loves big feet
return.
on big
Oh,
women.
hide them. We made the decider
Lucy loves
on
big feet on big women.
model add-ons.
Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women.
Do need a 0.5 and then 0.5 because
This is the whole stream now. Lucy loves big feet on big women.
Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women.
why is his mouth not getting any bigger?
Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women.
I'll do 0.5 here.
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
Sorry. Look, it's either this or I am paying for every single thing I get him to say.
Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women.
I'm trying to get it to where this is like the most mouth movement. Because his mouth can move more than this. See? Auto breathe. Auto. Hold on. I auto breathe on the. Stopped at 1. Turn off auto breathing. This looks like it's blinking.
Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women.
How do I get him to say?
Lucy loves big feet on big women. Lucy loves big feet on big women.
I am so struggling to see. Do I want it more smooth? Do I want it less smooth? So what if I have smoothing all the way down?
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
Smoothing all the way down here.
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
A little bit smoother. Come on.
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
just you just
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
Is that good? Like I'm trying to see. I'm trying to use the mouth. Is the mouth good? Because like
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
I understand that it's gonna be like restricted to like I'm so used to having so much movement in my mouth that like looking at this not have that much movement is like it's weird to me. So it's like I'm trying to give him more movement, but I don't know if it's like
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
what is the issue?
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
I think the issue is that it's not the form is not the negative one. That's what there you go.
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
Okay, I think that's what I needed.
Lucy loves big feet on big women.
Yeah, I think that's what it's gonna be. I had the form. I did have the form on the way. Okay. Now, what we do is we save Rexxi as load as a current as a Live2d item. Yes. Oh, hold on. Cancel. First off, we're gonna take a screenshot of him because looks so dopey. But all right, whatever. Okay. Yeah. I've got problems. Okay, like I need to have all of my files be exactly like I need all my icons to be the same, even though like this isn't even oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. This part doesn't matter. This part doesn't matter. Let me fucking get the fuck over it. I wanted to rename him. That's what I wanted to do. Because right now his name is Plush Toy Split Files. Rexxi
My favorite name.
Squishy. Name is Rexxi Squishy.
Hope it could be. It could be. You see those big feet on big women. Women. He's giant.
How did I even get there? Did he just like replace the other Rexxi?
I think he did.
He just fucking jumped in. He was like, I don't give a fuck. Oh, because it's technically, yeah, it is Rexxi VTS.
Oh, it's yeah, same name. You just updated the skin.
Alright. Yeah, alright. So if I just do... Yeah, alright. Why is he so big?
He's got the power of big.
Okay, I have to get my... If I just sit. Now I wanted to see if I could do this, because like there was something I wanted to see if I could do. I'm not sure if I can or not. Okay. And we can put him on his own too, and he's still good. Just get him to talk. We say, Rexxi, say hi to Octavia.
Hey Octavia. Welcome to the Dino Zone. Pull up a plush, join the chaos, and don't be shy. I only bite snacks, not people. Glad you're here.
He's perfect. He's so jiggly.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. I love him.
Rexxi, why you so mad?
I just have naturally cranky eyes, Aiko. Doesn't mean I'm mad, just extra fierce and fabulous. I promise, the only thing I'm mad at is Lyman from Animal Crossing.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Rexxi has returned.
He is big. Oh my
Hold on.
god.
It's Psycho.
Oh my god, he's taking over my wife.
Hi everybody. I'm Rexxi. I am the captain now.
Okay, well, we'll know what I'll do from now on if there's ever a Rexxi takes over. Looking so cute with pigtails.
Pretend you are the streamer or mainstreaming and address the audience.
Yo, what's up, chat? It's me, Rexxi, your squishy overlord. Snacks are mandatory, sass is encouraged, and plushies run the show. Sit back, relax, and prepare for maximum chaos. No refunds. Let's get weird.
Well, had to specify no refunds.
I love it. He's so small now. He's a little
He's so
squishy.
perfect.
I'm gonna have to readjust this like setting because
My name's Rexy Face, and I'm gonna.
my name's Rexxi Face and I care what you think.
I've had that chorus stuck in my head, but I don't know what the fuck it says.
My name's Blurry Face and
Blurry
I care
Face.
what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. So that's what we did today, guys. We made Rexxi live.
He's alive. Frankenstein.
So I kind of want to like mark that because I kind of want to send that to. Hold on, guys. I don't know what the fuck I did.
Nigga's got to be proud of you.
I know. I'm more if I know the person who has Rexy stuff. Oh yeah, that was weird. Not as cool as me though. They don't have a custom Rexy. I need to fix Tristan. Look at him. Look at him, pathetic,
No.
just laying there on the floor.
I'm licking the floor.
I mean, you don't want to lick the floor. I mean, you can just leave you there.
I'm cleaning here. Someone's gotta clean the floor.
We
We don't own a mop, so it's gotta be done some way.
Get to cleaning, trash boy.
I'm trash.
And imagine as I'm pacing the pews in a church corridor, and I can't help but to hear. No, I can't help but to hear in exchange. Oh, let me do this so it can look like I'm fucking trying to hold him. Wanna be? Oh, like that he's just cutting through my arm. Whatever. What a shame. What a shame. Before Chris
Cutting
Bright
to
hit a hole.
pieces.
I chimed in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Closing the goddamn door now. It's much better to face these kinds of things. Since I was in rationality, I chimed in. Haven't you people ever heard of? Closing the goddamn door. Alright, I'm tired. Not really. I'm not really tired, but I have to go to bed and it sucks. But we're gonna go to the park tomorrow, so that's gonna be fun.
Oh, yeah, us going on a
I
date
have to be
tomorrow.
responsible so that I don't go on the date tomorrow exhausted. Also, I'm expecting Tristan to buy me breakfast.
At the cafe.
Ooh, that sounds nice. It is a date day after all.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, so I don't think we have enough viewers right now to rate out, so I think we should just go.
A very relaxed
It
stream
was,
today.
and I really appreciate you guys coming to hang out with me. It was really nice. I mean, I could try and raid out. It's gonna be a very baby stream. A baby raid. Let's see what we got.
One of these ships is gonna blow up.
This down here. This over here. Oh yeah, let's raid Nero.
I was gonna suggest him because I did see that he went live just a little bit ago. But I don't need to suggest him when you.
Alright, we're gonna raid Nero. Just say whatever you want. Okay, love you so much.
Bye bye, everyone. Thanks for hanging out.
I see you guys not tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Enjoy your day off from us.
Yee.